Discord is a bad place and also somehow complicit in creating extremists and radicals, just like gaming apparently is. The reason they come to this conclusion is solely because it can be used for bad people to communicate, which again, anything online can be used to communicate by bad people, but they obviously feel the need to point at gaming and Discord specifically. So to me, clearly this report was completely lacking in any form of evidence, factual or objective reporting, despite the claim that that's what the GAO exists to do. They use terrible reports from the ADL that make zero fucking sense, to be honest, to lump gaming into the equation when this report should have focused solely on social media, which they can probably make a much stronger case for. Obviously, you've got big people on these alternate social media platforms that do run live streams and post videos that have some pretty extreme beliefs, some nationalistic beliefs, things like that. But you don't see that in gaming. It just seems like another time where gaming's getting blamed for something that it really has nothing to do with, despite not a single study existing that links violence to video games, even the most violent games in the first place. I do want to say that obviously there will be examples and cases of people finding each other in video games and then going on to a private server somewhere and eventually maybe doing something radical like the report claims. That's common sense. Any avenue where people can communicate with each other presents the opportunity for this to happen. And obviously the games that host user-generated or created content, such as, for instance, Roblox, are games that are more likely to have this occur. Games that host player-generated content as well as games for children probably do need more strict monitoring and moderation for exactly those reasons. But to take the entire gaming industry and just throw that to the wolves over a concept that is so common sense and apparent with zero evidence of any of the claims outside of saying it can happen is wild for a government agency to be doing. They may as well say the internet, the postal service, the local town board, talking in the street, the telephone system or any form of communication is the issue. That would make just as much sense as saying specifically gaming is the problem. What bothers me most is that these reports always present everything as bad. They state that gamers can become radicalized, but they don't mention that gaming can also bring people together, create friendships, help people who might be struggling with isolation or on the path to radicalization by bringing them into situations with other gamers who enrich their life and unknowingly bring them back from a dark path. They would rather pretend that gaming is somehow an issue or that any of these problems are inherent to the medium. Gaming can give people a place to belong, introduce them to kindness, companionship and understanding, but in their world, they only see the bad. And the scary part is that the report was accepted, with the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI agreeing to their recommendation, which is incredibly vague in the first place. But anyway, there we go. Another example of gamers bad. There was over 250 pages of documentation here between the sources, so if you want to go read, enjoy. It will all be linked in the GAO report, which you'll find down below. And remember, next time you post a meme, they're watching you.
A couple days ago, New York unveiled the eighth wonder of the world,
I have never posted a meme, not once. I have never voluntarily gone to Reddit, not once. I've never voluntarily gone to 4chan, not once. I've never voluntarily gone to TikTok, not once. I've never voluntarily gone to Twitter, not once. I am an entirely terminably online person now, but I wasn't until I was 38. And I am now, though. Been there for about 3 years, but the other 38 years I was like quite the opposite. Some of those years I didn't even have a home, you know? So, anyways, like, and I've never gone to, and I'm a terminally online person, but I don't go to these social medias, and I don't watch a lot of the same stuff that these kids do. Not at all. I would say we're fairly separate when it comes to that stuff. It's kind of funny. So one of the things I've never done is post a meme. No, I would say no. You get an idea. You're gonna get an idea of why you shouldn't be around me. You're too young for me. I've never posted a meme. You're just out to bully some old person. You're a fucking piece of shit, worthless bully.
Portal to Ireland.
Like, I don't connect with the same culture. I'm not from the same fucking era, you know? You're just out to fucking... You're just a bad actor out to bully some old man.
Not so much...
Someone who's never even posted a meme. You really think that I should be targeted like that?
It's like a doctor's...
When I've never even posted a meme. You're just a bad actor. Don't tell yourself any different.
Strange level portal or anything like that. It was basically just this live stream of New York and Ireland
Ooh, that was Rust? Yeah, that was Rust. It was loud.
Screen. Kind of a novel, silly idea, I suppose, some harmless fun, but some ne'er-do-wells had other plans. They brought in some evil degeneracy, which I think everyone in the world could have seen coming.
Reports the project meant to bridge a gap between two continents is now causing some problems.
There's a portal to another dimension in the Flatiron District, except that dimension is Ireland and that portal is more like a live stream.
I guess they really expected everyone to just be upstanding citizens, like NPCs that'll just go through and wave like it's Roller Coaster Tycoon, and they just wave at each other and go about their day through the portal, which is super cute in how naive you must be to think that. In reality, though, this was only ever going to end one of two ways.
Competition.
With titties or with
tribal.
Penis.
Yep.
And we chose
titties or penis. Yep, that's the way this was going to end. Humanity is trying to save itself by being funny. If we can all laugh at it, we'll be okay.
titty path.
Why does the HD look so bad? Couldn't they get better, higher definition than this?
There are so many angles of this clip here, you can make a 360-degree video production out of it. In the full video, this one kind of cuts it off. She ends up putting her shirt down after getting no response from the people on the other side of the portal. The people in Dublin were not that impressed or that entertained. So she's like jumping around with her bare melons flopping around like it's an NVIDIA jiggle physics demonstration. And no one reacts in Dublin. They just look at her like she's some type of fucking extraterrestrial creature. So she just eventually sadly puts her shirt back down.
Aww.
And then the video ends. So she jumps around saying, "Do you like my potatoes, Dublin?" And I guess she was expecting people to go crazy like, "Wah! Ah, yeah, boobies, whoa!" But then was caught by surprise by getting complete crickets on the other side here. Now, the people in New York, they were laughing at it. They were having a great time with this this event. But man, the people on the other side of the portal, they didn't give a shit at all. It is so fucking silly. And this ended up, well, this and a combination of other things that I'll show you in a minute, ended up getting the portal paused. But we know it's getting shut down. I don't think it's coming back. But you know what is coming back? The best goddamn merch the internet's ever seen. We've got brand new Moist Global merch here. So we've got a hat, we've got a hoodie. The hoodie is fucking extraordinary, by the way. We've also got a shirt, we've got some slides, we've also got a satchel, like a bag. We've got a whole lineup here of the best shit you'll ever find in your life. If you wear this entire outfit, like complete the entire ensemble here, this new Moist Global merch drop, it's like collecting all of the Infinity Stones. It's like getting all of the Millennium items in Yu-Gi-Oh! You just become unstoppable. I dare say that these are better than titties. So check them out at moistglobal.com.
This screen is a public art installation, one placed on the sidewalk of Manhattan and another in Dublin last week, funded by a private grant.
I think it's a really cool way to express human connection.
New Yorkers and Dubliners can walk
like
each other
titties,
live, waving, playing games,
like titties,
and even connecting with friends.
Titties!
It all started with good intentions, and look where we ended up.
Titties.
Sometimes the most destructive forces
What's wrong with titties?
Come from the best of intentions. Like in I Am Legend.
Like He Will Not Divide Us.
For example. God bless. Point is, it started with just this idea that people would go through and just do like silly little stuff with strangers through this portal. And immediately on day one, it started being used for purposes it wasn't quite designed for. So people were showing some less than stellar videos to those in Dublin, as well as Dublin to those in New York. It wasn't just New Yorkers. It was just one of those things where people just saw an opportunity to do some dumb shit and did it. Like, this has happened a million times, and it's going to happen for as long as human beings exist on this plane of existence. It's just one of those things that's deeply ingrained in our DNA. Like, I'm shocked it even made it as long as it did before someone flashed their titties at it. I really thought that would be one of the first things that would happen, but it actually had a pretty long run, to be honest.
Yeah, we did pretty well.
I will say, if it did go the other route, if we had the alternate ending, the penis percentage, if we had wiener route, I think the narrative around this would be
a lot different.
Like, imagine I go up to the Dublin portal, and I drop trow, and I start, you know, wiggling my cock around, and I'm like, hey, do you like my almonds, Dublin? I lift up my shaft to showcase my scrotum and maybe, like, dribble it around a little bit. Because I don't have enormous balls or anything. They do look like some almonds that are in, my, like, a nice sack. Good shaft, less than optimal nut girth. But the point is, I feel like if I had done that, I'd be going to jail. I would be slapped with some pretty extreme labels as well, and I wouldn't be seeing the sunlight from outside the slammer for a long time, I imagine. But since it was boobies, it's being treated a little bit differently. Which, of course, I'm not over here, like, humbugging, like, we used to be a proper society. Why can she show her honkers, but I can't show my dick? It's not one of those things. It's just something I find interesting, at the very least. It's all fun and games when it's titties, but the second a cock comes out, now it's serious. You know, just an observation, I suppose. But anyway, the lady responsible here for this incident is actually an infamous woman from a long since forgotten age, 2020. She is a cameo appearance here in 2024. She is actually the woman who went viral for licking airplane toilet seats during the pandemic. She was licking airplane toilet seats as like a COVID statement or something. I actually don't even remember why she was licking toilet seats. But yeah, she was just licking toilet seats. And now, you can see how much she's matured. You can see that she's gone through an evolution of her own into this beautiful butterfly who's gone from the toilet seat.
She's an OnlyFans model. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Ava Louise, the toilet licker, got the portal shut down. I wonder if she's getting hate mail right now. Oh no. Oh no. Look at these people. I'm not sure. Wait. Jeffree Star.
Why she was licking toilet seats. But yeah, she was just licking toilet seats. And now, you can see how much she's matured.
Almost
you can
keep
see
just
that she's
listening
gone
to
through
it.
an evolution of her own into this beautiful butterfly who's gone from the toilet seat to boobies on a portal. And what's not to like about that character development, right? That's pretty cool.
But it hasn't been all fun and games. In the short time we were there, someone was holding up a derogatory sign. And at 5 o'clock, the screen turned off.
I'm surprised it lasted this long, honestly.
Viral of people flashing the screen and holding up disturbing images, with culprits at both ends of the ocean.
If we were to get for
Both
just a
ends of the
moment,
ocean.
I could argue that this art installation still serves its initial purpose. It connected
Both ends
us
of the ocean.
in a way that few things have before. It has shown us that those in New York and those in Dublin are more alike than they are different. Both sides love to take the piss all the same. When the opportunity is presented to a human being, regardless of where they are in the ocean, they will take that opportunity to make the silliest shit out of it. And honestly, in a way, that's kind of wholesome, if you really stop and think about it. People in Dublin trolling those in New York trolling those in Dublin. I mean, Portal kind of did what it set out to do, to be fair. Now the lady behind the breasts is bragging about it. She's going on her own little press tour here, talking about it, and she seems extremely pleased with how all of this has panned out for her. I'm a hero, she added. And apparently it's been a very successful business move for her because she claims she made around 8,000 euros in new subscribers to her OnlyFans after this event.
Nice.
She said, Dublin showed New York City the Twin Towers, so it was only fair I showed them my Twin Towers to save our city from harassment. She's referring to another viral video where apparently someone was playing a video of 9/11 through the portal. The creator hopes that Irish guys will be tempted to buy her OnlyFans content, adding, I've gotten thousands and made a lot of money because everyone wants to see what Dublin saw. So, I mean, it turned out to be a good business move for her, I guess. It boosted her OnlyFans performance. And, yeah, that's kind of where this is at right now. RIP to the portal, though. That's really about it. So, yeah.
Yeah, she manipulated the men pretty well, because I immediately was like, can I go see the titties somewhere? And yeah, it turns out
many of you are going to be excited as hell about and may have been waiting for. Because I freaking have too.
Why are you starting the video so late?
For you all that many of you are going to be excited as hell about and may have been waiting for. Because I freaking have too, and I'm buzzing with excitement. And I gotta do this kind of fast because I'm recording this while I'm at work, so don't tell my boss. Thank you. It's one of these things that I've been waiting for months, really since I got to jump into the game and experience things like making memories like this one. Oh no, oh no, oh no. It's flying and it's attacking. Oh god. Oh, there's two of them. Oh god. Oh no. Run. Hot off the heels of announcing their late 2025 or early 2026 early access plans, Monsters and Memories, the indie developed MMO that is strongly reminiscent of the most classic aspects of EverQuest, albeit with their own particular style and tone, is letting us all back into the world for a little bit, and they're doing it very soon. They will be holding 2 separate tests for different purposes. First is going to be a short stress test on June 1st, 2024 that will run for 4 hours. It will begin at 10 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Central, and 1 p.m. Eastern. Over those 4 hours, you'll be helping the team test stability as well as new combat balance and experience rates. So if you want to help them out and help them get some data that will be helpful to them going forward, go forth and slam the hell out of those servers during that time frame. And just expect lag in that it's a stress test, like specifically there to stress the server, so just be aware. I personally won't be there, not because I don't want to be, I do, but you see, it's also the day that I will be celebrating my wife's birthday. And while I do love Monsters and Memories, I love my wife a hell of a lot more. But there's some good news if you're like me and you won't be able to make this stress test. Is there going to be a second one, a longer one? At the end of the month, they'll be having a much larger test and a much longer one. Monsters and Memories will be running a weekend playtest starting on June 28th, same time, 10, 12, and 1, and it will run all the way through the weekend until Sunday, June 30th at 11:59 p.m. Eastern. This test will include the stress test servers so you can continue your characters from there, as well as 2 more PvE servers, one located in the east and one located in the west, as well as a super intriguing idea, an FFA, free-for-all, PvP server. And yeah, I'm gonna jump on there and try it and just see what it's like and probably die a ton. No, you know what? Definitely die a ton because I suck. But you know, it still seems like a lot of fun. So if you want to join me over there, come PvP with me. It could be a lot of fun, a lot of community fun. So let me know down in the comment section below. Do you plan to jump into this test? Do you plan to jump onto the PvP server with me and just try it out? Granted, I will also be spending some time on the PvE server. Damn, it sounds like fun. If you want to jump into these tests, I've included info on how to get started down below directly from Monsters and Memories. It's a pretty easy process. They make it kind of seamless. It's not bad at all. But if this is the first time you're hearing about the game, you're like, wait, PvE, classic, MMO, EverQuest, Monsters and Memories, what the hell is this? Well, I've got you freaking covered in this video right here where I got to jump in with the ridiculously hilarious Mitch Mannix and see a little bit of what Monsters and Memories had to offer. during the last weekend stress test. My name is Redbeard Flynn. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Okay.
Hi everybody, it's me, Tim. Today I want to talk about game development contracting. This is to answer a question from Gorilla Suplex, who asks, what is it like consulting for companies? Also, how involved are you with the development process when consulting? Good question. Just to give a summary, up until July of 2020, I was an employee at Obsidian. I had moved up to Seattle intending to remain an employee, but when I got up there, they said, oh, we can't do that. They weren't set up yet to have employees out of state. So I switched to contracting. This was not the first time I had contracted. If you watched my career summary video, I mentioned when I was at Cybron, Pegasus was originally called, and then it changed its name to Cybron. When I was a teenager and in college, that was all part-time work during summers and breaks. It was pretty much contracting. And then when I started at Interplay in 1991, I was a contractor. So I made Bard's Tale construction set for them under a 14-week contract. And then when that ended, they hired me full-time in January of 92. So pretty much since 92, I've been an employee until 2020. 2020 was a weird year all around, but so what I want to do, like I often do, is I will talk about pros and cons of contracting, so you can decide for yourself whether it's better or worse than being an employee of a company, because it's really up to you what kind of person you are and what risks you want to take and how good you are at finding clients. So first I'll do the pros of being a contractor. First, I mentioned this just to start off, don't accept an exclusive contract. Most places won't do this, but if someone does say they want you as a contractor and they want you to be exclusive, meaning you can't work anywhere else, you need to decide whether you want to do that. I would definitely ask for more money. Usually they have it hourly. You can do different things in your contract, like have a minimum number of hours a month. Sometimes they'll include a maximum per month. Sometimes it's quarterly. But I would say if they want you to be exclusive, have that rate be higher. Maybe not even then. It's really up to you. If you don't think you can manage 2 or 3 contracts at once, then by all means be exclusive. But I'd still ask for more money. There's really no reason for them to ask you to be exclusive. So if they do, you should be getting something out of it. Now, the biggest advantage of being a contractor is you can pick and choose what projects you want to work on. As you look at different client projects, you can go with one that really interests you. When you're at a company, you're usually just assigned to something. And even if you aren't, it's pretty much a very limited selection of what projects they have available and what they need someone with your particular talent on at the time. As a contractor, you can pick and choose. You can look at a project and go, that's not very interesting, or I don't think that will result in a very good game, and maybe I don't want to be associated with that game. So you can pick and choose. And one of the really exciting things about being a contractor is the selection of what you have is so much broader than what may be at a company. You may work for a company that primarily makes games of a certain type, or you may be assigned to a director to work under a director at a company, and they only make a certain type of game. So the options of what you may even find yourself ever working on is limited. I think I've mentioned before that I didn't even have an option to work on a console game until I was 30 years into my career. It was 2011 when at Obsidian on South Park, The Stick of Truth. That was the first console game I ever worked on. Until then, everything I made was for PC and Mac. So just that broader array of projects is a really good thing. You also are primarily, as a client or as a contractor, you're being approached by a client for the thing you're good at. So if you're strong at something, that's pretty much what they want to hire you to do. You won't find yourself being put on something and being asked to do something that isn't really in your suite of abilities, because why would they approach you for that? While when you're an employee, you may find yourself like, hey, they need someone to do AI, and maybe you're not an AI programmer, but you kind of know it. Or maybe they need someone to user interface code, or maybe they just need someone to do system mechanics code, and you haven't done that, but you can. So you find yourself as an employee more often being asked to work on things that aren't exactly your specialty. Where when you're a contractor, you're usually asked to do things that are your specialty, which by the way is a con, because if you're a generalist, you may have a little more trouble finding work as a contractor than if you were a specialist, because they want to know, what are you offering? To give examples of what I'm often called in to do, I'm often called in as a contractor for a client at the pre-production stages, and I'll link my production stage video below, to review design documents, very early, like beautiful corner, test rooms, alpha. Basically, I'm asked to review the game, to look at their story and their setting, and give my feedback, what I think is strong and weak about their story and setting, and do the same thing for the mechanics. In fact, that's probably what I do the most, is I work with their lead system designer on mechanics they have. And I do the thing I've talked about here, where I'm like, well, are your mechanics supporting the setting and the story you're trying to tell in that setting? So, you know, if you have a supernatural setting, but none of your abilities have anything to do with supernatural, you know, maybe you should rethink that. So I talked about things like that. I'm often, sometimes, because of my programmer background, asked to look at the game and give a technical evaluation. Do I think they're making good use of the engine they've selected? What are my recommendations on using third-party libraries, standard template library, other third-party software you can buy? Have I used particular third-party software, especially sound and animation software? The animation software I've used, but I usually defer to, like, you're off to talk to your animators about that. But stuff like sound, I've not only used third-party sound software, I've often been the programmer on them. So I know a lot about FMod, WWise, and all those third-party libraries. So sometimes I'm calling it technical information. The last pro for contracting that I find is it is way less stressful. As a contractor, you're rarely called in to give the final decision on anything. You're called in for advice. And you can say, hey, I see you doing this. This may lead to this problem. You should be looking out for this. Hey, I see you're using this engine. Know that this particular thing on this engine is hard to do, or takes usually more time than you're planning, blah, 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 blah. But you don't make the final decision. They have a lead programmer. They have a lead designer. They have a game director. They'll be making the final decision. You're being called in to give advice. So in that sense, there's a lot less stress. But now let me tell you about the cons. And I think the cons that I have here are probably true for any contracting job, not just game development contracting, but there they are. The first thing you should know is, as a contractor, you have to pay your own self-employment tax and your own insurance. That's not provided to contractors. So you're going to figure that out on your own. This is, of course, I'm talking about if you're in the US. I don't know how this works in other countries. Also, as a contractor, while you may occasionally be flown in for in-person meetings, it's pretty rare. Most stuff is just done remote. I mean, they do remote employees, so of course they're going to do remote contractors. So for me personally, I find I miss that day-to-day involvement that you have when you not just sit down in a meeting with someone, which face-to-face is a little easier, I find, than, you know, video calling. But just the idea that you may run into someone in the kitchen and you might say, hey, I really love this feature you're putting in, and they're like, oh, thanks, I really like it, but I'm worried about the code for it. I'm not sure how to tell the programmer how to do this. And I'm like, oh, well, you could do this. And that just doesn't happen. You don't run into people casually, and I miss that. I mentioned that there's less stress because you are only called in for advice. Because of that, you have far less control of the direction of the game. I've never been pulled in as a contractor where I've been asked to decide a setting, decide a story, decide the mechanics. I'm often asked my advice, and sometimes my advice steers it, and they've changed it a little. But you do not have full control over that, like you might as a game director on a project or as a lead in one of the areas. So you have to accept that once you're a contractor, you're kind of giving up that level of control. But keep in mind, with that comes less stress. So I think that's probably most of the pros and cons that I can think of. The pros are you can pick your own projects. They're often different than the ones you've done before. And you get to do primarily the things that you're really strong at and you're known for. And there's a lot less stress. Those are the biggies. And then the cons are a lot more paperwork on your end for insurance and taxes and stuff. Less involvement and less control on the direction they go. But with that comes that less stress. So you have to decide for yourself. Personally, I find it to be different. I'm not sure which one I like better than the other. But it's certainly different. And at this stage where I'm basically ratcheting down into retirement, contracting certainly fits better for me than employment. But it will be different for you. So I hope, Gorilla Suplex, that this answers your question.
Really long, and you said, "I hope saved my life today."
I did?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I don't know. I'd say Saturday.
Saturday?
Yeah. The day I got bumped my elbow and got Spidey powers. See, because the wind tries to like fly you away.
Yeah, so you're trying to just keep the wind out with all your stuff. You don't have to take it apart, like.
Oh no, we're taking it apart.
All right, what's your name? My name is Jamarian. Just look at me. Don't worry about the camera.
Hold on, bro, cause I smell like, you know what I'm saying? I can't stop smelling. It's like a disease or something.
Yeah.
You guys, you see what's going on here? Come on, give us a break, please.
Don't worry about it. It's all right. It's all right.
Okay, thank you. Sorry guys.
It'll just be like another couple minutes and we'll be done.
So we deal with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, what are the questions?
We're just talking about, like, you know, all the questions that people ask about being here and everything. Now I've brought America homeless stories from 24 different states. The following are some of the more memorable conversations that I've had with homeless individuals. Now, I'm going to show you some of those, and I've broken them up into segments and added some chapters to it too. Some of the conversations are very short, maybe 2 to 3 minutes, and some of them are longer, and many of them are uncut. Let's take a look right now at Unfiltered Stories, Life on the Streets of America. Yep.
That's what they keep saying. So it keeps getting smaller and smaller. So.
Let me have it.
I want you to tell me what's going on right now.
Just trying to keep a smile on.
Denver. I was like, that looks like a Denver motor scooter.
Dead by now.
Or
weaseled out of the family.
Bird.
Ain't no way to got it.
Denver bird.
Almost like they caught the plague, you know, and he sure as hell can't live there as some junkie. Yeah. For smoking weed in high school even.
How long you been out here?
I don't know, for about, I think 7 years by now. 7 or 8 years.
Do you have a plan to get out to get back in a house and shit?
I'm on disability, yeah, but that's like $2, you know, $2 a day if you add it up, almost something. So it's like, you catch the jackpot doing something like that, or you get thrown in the gutter. Yeah. Yeah, but I do tattoos.
You're a tattoo artist?
I did these, and I won code on the mountain range.
Okay.
Yeah, and I did a mountain range under there too.
So what do you think?
These are the actual Americans.
Right now?
Well, I don't know. COVID and everything else. Targeting hormones, you know what I'm saying? Well, good for me. Got something out of you. But you gotta do something while you're trying to stay good in the hood. walking around all day, you know, for free. All that public entertainment, you know, that's not good on self-esteem. Try and get a girlfriend, you have to drink out the ground.
Where do you sleep? Like, do you have a tent around here?
I don't like to. I don't like sleeping in tents. Yeah, I used to. Yeah, I don't know. I just walk around most of the time, so someone says, well, he's good with a lawnmower.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Are you gonna get some shoes, some new shoes?
I hope so.
All right.
I don't know. They're just too long for me. And...
All right.
They're not the fancy New Balance, you know.
No.
Or the pants is too baggy.
Yeah. All right.
Well, the sparkly tattoos, I don't know. I like to say they match the teeth, you know, and then another by a hatred toward the Caucasian race, saying it ain't nothing there. You know?
Yep. Here you go. I have $1.
Yeah. I have no hatred for the white race. I don't like them.
What's your sign say?
No hatred.
Pregnant and hungry using milk.
Pregnant?
Yes.
You're pregnant?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's fine.
I'm
What's your
sorry.
plan to get out of here?
I'm not sure yet. I signed up for aid and everything, but it takes like a month for you to get an appointment with them. So that was the first thing I was trying to do.
Are you hiding? Because I saw you hide.
I saw a cop coming up this way.
Cops don't let you do this?
No. If they catch you, they'll give you a ticket. I've already gotten a ticket before, and I don't want to go to jail for signing.
All right. Well, good luck. Now, downtown Denver was far worse than I thought it would be for homelessness.
Yup.
It's everywhere, really. And I went downtown one day, and I found a group that was camped out in a trailer right on the sidewalk in downtown, and they pretty much just spent their days dealing drugs and doing drugs and trying to figure a way to get off the streets.
Yeah. Wow. It's 15th and Welton, I think. Yeah, 15th and Welton, I think, something like that. It's 13th or 15th and Welton, something like that.
That involves your ex-wife. You played a major role in it. Can't blame that one on her. So you I'd say because you were late, you're just in time for our spring cleaning, but...
Yeah, man. I've been driving all around.
I think you being late caused us to clean because we were looking for something new.
Once an authentic interview, so you need to take your shirt back off.
No, man, let's just, we do one at a time, just, up to 5 minutes each.
Okay.
Oh my god, look at his strawberry burn. Jesus fucking Christ. Go to the hospital and get a fucking doctor.
You want to go just right here?
Wherever you want, man.
Yeah, well, tell me, first of all, how did you end up out here?
So the catalyst that actually brought me out here would be this simple little injury. Previous to this, if you look around beautiful downtown Denver, I build these things, these sky rises.
Yep.
That's what I did previous to this.
I have worked on some of those buildings myself as construction. They did a lot of construction in downtown, and they used labor force for that, which was a place that I worked for. I have worked on a lot of buildings in downtown, actually, myself. Yeah.
While working, I got scratched. Literally a simple little scratch at work. Didn't bleed anything along those lines. Became infected. Within 48 hours, I was having a surgery. My first 7 surgeries. That was kind of, I wouldn't say the spiral downhill, but it definitely led to it. It obviously no longer working. I had bills, things along those lines, a lifestyle, and unfortunately no longer bringing in that amount of money. I had a little bit of money to, a nest egg, so to speak, that made it so I was able to somewhat survive for a little bit, but what was it, about 5 months? 5 months after
5
this,
months, 5, 6 months.
About 11 months now. About 5 months after the injury, I can no longer provide. I can no longer, pay my rent, pay the car payments, the gas, the food, the simple little things like
no, they charge too much. Nope. Everything costs too much money now. Everything.
Parts of society don't even think about things that I used to overlook without question. So I was no longer able to live that lifestyle. watched everything, so to speak, right around the same time. Unfortunately, my wife passed. So this is all like a 2-3 week thing where, you know, got hit, just one thing after another.
Yep, that's how it always is. I wrote a song about it. Because I feared that the people I was with had never faced any actual, like, adversity in their lives. And I wrote a song about this called Trouble Travels in Threes, where right after you get kicked in the nuts and then knocked to the fucking ground, the real problem is the roof collapsing in on top of you as you fall. It's never getting kicked in the nuts and getting knocked on the ground. It's the people that come and take your wallet out of your pocket afterwards. It's never what you think it is at first. There's two catastrophic problems in your life has just gone to hell, and even though, despite being a winner and all the stuff that you did, it doesn't matter. Like if trouble travels in threes, if you see like one thing coming, the second thing is almost certain. And if you've seen two things, you can guarantee there's another fucking thing coming. There's another thing coming. Like, and then you add it all up. It's never the drug addiction or the fucking loss of the limb or the usage of the limb that you might think. It's all the bills from the fucking inflation that you can't pay because they're too expensive now because the prices are too high. That's the trouble that travels in threes that you can't ever see coming when you see the trouble coming. You can't see, you almost can never see. And the same is true of PvP. You might have 1-2 guys shooting at each other in Fortnite or whatever, but trouble always travels in threes. If you're coming in on a third-party rotation on 2 guys shooting at each other, there's probably a third guy coming in on you about another 90 seconds later. And it's like this weird truism that I started to see a lot. Like, trouble will travel in threes. If there's 2 troubles, it's almost never that. Those 2 troubles have caused the soil to shift, and then suddenly you've got like a landfall to the second floor of the level or something like that you weren't expecting. It's never the two guys chasing you, and you might even kill both the first problem and the second problem, but then but then firing the grenade that killed the guy blows up the floor that drops you to the basement below, which was spikes. And so and you think the 2 guys are the big threat, but dealing with the two problems or whatever often leaves you exposed to the killing problem, which is the trouble travels in threes problem, which is like, like if you've seen 2 problems, there's probably a third one, that's coming. It sucks. It's a fair assumption.
Not trying to work.
Absolutely not. I will even right now, out here. Just
like, for instance, dealing with the time it takes to dealing with the first 2 problems is often the third problem, right? It's almost like Murphy's Law or something like that. Like the time it takes to deal with the first 2 problems ends up being the trouble that travels in threes, right? You never think of it as like, oh, the time it took me to deal with the first 2 problems actually ended up being the thing that sunk me in the end. And so trouble almost always travels in threes, and you almost can never see what the third problem is until it's too late. It's so annoying.
Maintain this, trying to ensure that I have food.
And so knowing this, right, is you might think by the first problem that it's bad, but you can still live. By the second problem, you're like, okay, well, if this second problem isn't solved, I'm not going to make it. But you often make it. But the problem is there's always a third trouble that does get you. And so now I spend most of my time thinking about what the third problem is going to be, not the first and second problem. Does that make sense? And it helps you kind of form your mind in a way that, like, I don't know if I wrote that song well, but I think later on, I think I kind of did. I think it was a well-written song, but it was just, and I think Diva Soul Atma Goddess was also a well-made song lyrically, but I don't think it's a well-made song musically. And so we're coming up on another one called Music and Dancing in the Palace Once Again. And that I'm hoping I got to nail the music this time, because the Soul Devo Atma Goddess didn't have a good music to it. I don't think. It was good, but it wasn't like groundbreaking the way I think Trouble Travels in Threes was. And so now like not groundbreaking, but just like good, you know. And so those two like the first song was good. Second one, musically it was weak, but lyrically it was still strong. Like but the first song was both musically and lyrically really strong. And so I was like, okay, well if I let like one problem in of one of the songs not having good enough music to it, like there will be a second problem coming with the next song that I write. And if I don't fix that next problem with the next song that I write, trouble travels in threes, and I'll write another bad song after that. So I look at the problem of the second song not having the greatest melodic content that I wanted, but I couldn't find what I wanted. It took me weeks, you know. And then so the third song, I'm looking at melodically solving it, and I have an idea of how I've got several ideas on how to do that. But I understand that being the first problem that I faced was the second song, Soul Devo Atma Goddess. So already I see like 3 problems with my album, and that's not good because then it just sort of it melts from there, right? So to prevent a bunch of problems with my piece of shit free album that I don't ever want any money for, I want like I want money for it if they want to give it to me, but I'm not asking for money for it. It'll always be free. Like I'll take donations to my channel and stuff, but I don't, you know, I'll never charge for the album. And it'll always be on my YouTube channel for free. And I want the second song had a problem where I don't think musically, melodically, it didn't reach the gravitas of the melody to make the song fucking pop. So it ended up being like a B-side. Like Soul Diva Atma Goddess will be on the album, but it is like a B-side to me. It wasn't as good as it should have been. And so now I've got another problem now where if I let another problem happen with the next song, which is like you know, and I've written 3 albums. I have written 3 albums with a band. You know, I actually have experience doing this. So I've been through the experience 3 fucking times. We recorded all 3 too. And so like I've been through this, and I know I'm now on like my 4th album if you count the solo album. I just never ever got recognition from humans in any way or form, and ever in any way or any ever scene. I just, you know, it's just like doomed to, you know, no recognition, which actually is probably like a blessing, honestly. But so now I'm thinking about the next song, and like this is the 4th album that I've written in my lifetime, and I'm thinking about the next song, and I know that the last song ended up being kind of a B-side because the melody wasn't strong, but the lyrics were. And it'll be a good song on the album, but I don't think it'll be like one that'll ever be remembered or appreciated, really. And it just ended up sounding kind of like autistic and dumb, like a garage band track, you know? But the next song I intend to be a masterpiece, and I want it to actually matter because the lyrics are strong, like strongest I've written, even more so than Trouble Travels in Threes. And I want the music to pop, but it's got to be video game music, I think, and majestic video game music too. And it's got to be slowed down and spun up like fucking, or I'm sorry, slow down, but angry and trappy. Trap beat over like slow down music, like witch trap, blues trap is the name of the genre that I want it to be. And so I'm gonna write a blues trap song that's gonna be happy, which is hard to do because it's blues trap, and all that I've got handled, but I still don't have the melody. I've got the beat down, I've got the lyrics down, I got all of it handled except for the melody. And the melody has to come to me, and it's got to make the lyrics work, and that's very difficult to do unless I actually go get a fucking instrument. I don't want to do that. I want to take someone else's sample, chop and screw it down to something else off of YouTube, even off a free DMCA sample is my whole vibe. I don't need any fucking band because I can just take their music, dub it over like Tom York, and make my own fucking symphony or whatever. And so, and I've never needed it, although I did have a significant 5-piece band for a long time until one of us died, and then it was a 4-piece, and then you know, like one of us died later, but he left the band, and before he did so, and so we ended up being a 4-piece called Deaf to Reason. But like, you know, I have experience with this stuff, but I think about the song a lot lately because I've not heard melodically what I want out of the scene in a while, and I thought about using a track from chop and skewing a track from what's it called, Arcanum. Because I think there's an overall blues trap theme of like, okay, so Witch Trap's theme is metaphysical concepts such as God births and God deaths and stuff like the moment of birth and the moment of death, and spiritual stuff like life and death, right? Placed over pop music with lyrics that are never connected, that always have to do with something ritualistic and spirituality. And so blues trap is a different version of that. It doesn't have the spirituality. It has blues instead of the spirituality for the lyrics, right? So the lyrics are almost always bluesy, but the lyrics that I wrote for this next song are positive, and I want to I want to find the right melody, but it's very fucking difficult. It's difficult to do with other people's work. And I know that it's other people's work, but I'm gonna, but as I have for the last two songs, I'm gonna chop and screw it so much that you can't ever fucking recognize what it originally was ever, you know. And I learned this from Beck of all people. Beck taught me that off a song called "Steal My Body Home" off of Mellow. And so I thought about using "Steal My Body Home," but I don't want to take another artist. I want to take another singer's work. I'm going to steal the vibe of "Steal My Body Home," but only the vibe, which is low, heroin slow, blues trap, almost trap music going very, very slow. And that song was the inspiration for blues trap, "Steal My Body Home" by Beck. And so I don't want to use the song, but I'm going to use the fucking vibe, and I'm going to take a slow heroin crawl vibe, like Lou Reed in like Perfect Day or something like that, mixed with like a really slow trap beat, like Trouble Travels in Threes, almost basically broken down trap, right? And then I want to put, the lyrics are perfect, they're all set and they're done, and I've gifted them away and I've done everything, right? They're not even mine anymore, so it doesn't matter what happens with the song. The lyrics have been gifted away to other people, so it's not even my property anymore, really. And then they can profit off it if they want. And so and the whole album is DIY, which was an ethic and all this, and that's after another band that I knew called 15. I don't know them, but I know of them, called 15. They're my favorite punk album, or sorry, favorite punk band, and my favorite punk album of all time is called Lucky by 15. And he donated the entirety of all of his proceeds from that album, even though he was homeless on the fucking streets. He donated all the proceeds from that punker album. We bought it. Everybody I knew bought it. I mean, it was actually a successful album. It wasn't platinum or anything, but it was a punk album that did sell okay. As punk, in terms of punk albums anyways, and he donated all the proceeds to Judy Berry, who was the victim of who ran the Redwood Summer Justice Project, which was trying to save the redwood trees in California. And so he donated all his money for his punk album to Greenpeace. So I thought, well, I can't do that because I don't know anybody active in the scene like that anymore. So what I do want to do is give the lyrics of the songs away to beloved members of my family and the people that I love, and just let them collect any residual money from the 16 tracks or whatever that'll be on the album. And I'll do this all for free, and I'll chop and screw other people's music, but I'm gonna break it and dub it so much that you won't ever be able to tell what it originally was. And then that's what the first two songs were, and that's what it'll continue to be. And all of it was DMCA free, so I'll probably look for DMCA free for the next song too. And it'll probably take me, I bet, like 3 years to write this album. It's already taken me a year to get 3 tracks. So by that math, like, goddamn it, it might be like 5 years, but I don't care. It might be like 5 more years before I'm done with this, but I don't care. That it'll still happen by the time I'm like 40 some odd. And and so that's the plan. And so I think about this all the time. Like, you wonder what I'm sitting there thinking about while I stand there and run in circles and stuff. I'm thinking about albums. I'm thinking about changing the politics. I'm thinking about kicking the kids off the game so I don't ever see them again, so they can go harass themselves or each other or something like that instead of me. I don't deserve it. I worked all my goddamn life, paid my taxes, and even enlisted in a fucking armed service in this country. I'm not your fucking enemy. I'm not your target and all this. So I think thoughts like, let's get the kids off the games then, because it's obvious that these other piece of shit adults that always fuck with me also poisoned the kids in our community too. So, and that's where I'm at. And I think about the homeless. I think about the likelihood. One of the reasons I'm watching this video now so closely is that I'm scared that my ex-girlfriend is going to walk by, and I did see her on a Denver homeless video one time. I did see her. She's the queen of this scene. My ex-girlfriend, M, is the queen of this scene. She probably runs his social life. I guarantee it. Like, my ex, she runs this entire fucking scene. She is the girl that runs the scene. Everybody there bows down to her, like everybody did, including me. My ex-girlfriend runs this entire scene that this guy lives in. I'm not kidding.
Well,
she's the most beautiful girl in the city. Always has been. And she's not even from Colorado. She's from Alaska. She's half native, half white. Most beautiful girl you ever fucking saw. Well, one of the most beautiful girls you ever was. One of the most beautiful girls you've ever seen. But now she's let the drugs take over. But she used to be the hot and the most beautiful girl in Denver. She used to be a stripper right down the street from where she's homeless now. She used to be a stripper at what's the one downtown? Both her and her sister were a stripper at the downtown strip club. I can't remember the name of it. Diamond, I think. Diamond something or another. And so yeah, and then in the same stripper that was making $100,000 and blowing $70,000 of it on heroin each year ended up living on the street 3 blocks down after the heroin took over. It was so tragic, and her whole scene fell with her, and all her friends, her sister, everybody. I fell with her. Everybody did. It was she fell from grace. Everybody in this scene fell with her. And so I watch these videos sometimes, especially if they mention Denver, because I've seen this. I've been near this thing right here. I've been near this thing. I've seen this thing before in the scene in the last 5 years. I believe I've seen this man before. You know.
I'm still working. I'm not working right now.
I've not seen this man because I would have marked the injuries that he had, but I've seen some of the people in these videos. It's fucked up, and so I look for my ex-girlfriends sometimes because I'm like, Jesus Christ, like everything that they made our lives for the last like 7-8 years wasn't so good. You know, it wasn't so good. It's better now for me, but it wasn't for a lot of other fucking people. I had to wake up and just stop being this man. I gotta say, I had to wake up and stop being this man. Trust me, because I'm like this man. I'll just sit there and do heroin in the fucking shack with the meth addicts. I don't care, you know. And I don't have any fear of falling back to this because I know in my heart, 110%, I will never go back to this. And it's not because of the people or the lifestyle or the poverty or the drugs or any of that stuff. I don't care about that. That doesn't bother me, right? It's the fact that the police fuck with you all the goddamn time, and you're constantly in court. This guy, he won't. The one thing that they won't ever say it on camera, but I will. You know, I was homeless for like 5 years and shit. What they won't ever say that is the real fucking problem with it is you go to court like 13 times a year. It's at least once a month. 13 times a year. And it's so annoying. You get up from your fucking crack-addled, heroin-addled, meth-addled fucking, you know, hovel or whatever in your tent or whatever. You get up at goddamn 4:45 in the morning. You go get a shower at some fucking shelter or your friend's house or something like that. You get all dressed up and you call some fucking family member. At least once a month you do this. And you go down to the fucking courthouse and you let them defeat you on their bullshit, on their war against the homeless and all this. And then you cry, you leave the person, and you go cry, and you go get high again. And then you come back again to 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks later. You do the whole thing again for 5 years. That's what being homeless actually is. Going to court for some bullshit over and over and over and over again. My ex, she gave them the wrong name. Don't ever give a cop the wrong name, because then if they catch you, they don't ever believe you, anything you ever say ever again, because you lied about your name. Why would you ever be honest about anything else? And so they busted her for false reporting. And then when she was a heroin addict, she didn't go to court. And then it just snowballs downward spiral from there, where you're just going to court sooner and sooner and sooner and sooner. They're starting to call you every 10, 15 days, and they're like, you're barely cognizant in court and all this. And it's like, yeah, motherfucker, you've called me in like 25 times this year. Like, what the fuck do you need from me? I'm a fucking junkie. What the fuck do you want? Does trolling me through court every fucking 3 weeks actually do anything? Have you actually thrown me in jail? They did throw her in jail a whole bunch of times when she violated probation, and then they did me too. But I mean, like, you know, overall we were free. We were like free the entire 5 years. She didn't spend more than 3 weeks in jail that entire 4-year period or something like that, and I didn't spend more than a day, you know. So, you know, I don't know, like this whole mess, I don't know, like my thing is like, by the time that I was done with the first year of the system that I never deserved in the first fucking place, that I didn't commit the crimes, they were her drugs, not mine. And so, like, I was like, I tell you can bust me for this, but they're not my drugs, you know. You can throw me in jail, ruin my life. I told the cop when he busted me, I was like, he was like, why did you let me search your car? I just gotta know. You knew there was drugs in here. Why did you let me search? I gotta know. Are you self-destructive? And I was like, no, those are my ex-girlfriend's drugs, and she didn't tell me they were there, and I didn't know they were there. They're probably 5 months ould. I don't know. If I'd known there, I told him right there, God's honest truth, sir. If I'd known there was meth and heroin in that fucking, you know, in that fucking rearview mirror, I would have smoked it. And he laughed, and he was like, okay, well, I got to take you to jail for possession now, but I don't want to. And I was like, that's okay. You know, I understand. And then that whole debacle, they you know, I had to deal with undercover cops. I had to snitch on somebody, and it went nowhere because of jurisdiction. All this other stupid ass shit. It was so stupid. It just got worse from there. And the system is really why these people need to get off the streets. It's not the shelter or the drugs or the food or the lack of mental health care or any of this stuff. It's actually the system. The system is what makes all of this really, really bad. At least it was for me. I'm sure for him, it was fine, but I mean, I was targeted by the fucking system my entire goddamn life. Like, before I was even an adult, I caught a deferred adjudicated felony for possession of ecstasy for smoking a cigarette on the back of my car at 3:15 in the morning in a parking lot. That's why that happened. I was smoking a cigarette on the back of the top of my car. This security guy rolled through. I said, hi, I'm just smoking a cigarette. Sorry, I'm just smoking a cigarette. I didn't want to drive. So I just put the cigarette out. I got in my car. I waved at him and I pulled out and I left, right? And he didn't flash any lights or do anything. And I just left the parking lot. And sure enough, that turned into a high-speed chase. It was so stupid. He didn't even bother chasing me. He just called the cops and they chased me. It was so stupid. When I left, I see all these shinies going. And I was like, man, they're really far back there. I think if I take the next exit, I can probably dodge down an alley, turn right, and they'll never ever find me if I turn off the lights. I was like, and I really believe this, so I did it. And nope, those motherfuckers were with V8s and all that, and they were like, boom, all 15 of them. They fanned out, blocked out the 6-lane highway, and they came, boom, and all fucking 15 cop cars, like pulled me over. One exit later, they came like 140. They caught me. My car went like 105. They went 140, and they caught me. And then they all leveled guns in my head. And they were like, throw the keys out the window and all this. And I don't need to go any further than this, but I'm saying I was 17 years old when that happened, and all I was doing was smoking a cigarette on the back of my car. God's honest truth. I wasn't even high. You know what I'm saying? They took my glass pipe that I paid $55 for, and they chucked it out on the fucking highway where the other people could drive over it and get wrecked up and get killed. I'll never forget that. I was like, wow, did you really need to chuck it out on the highway where they're going to drive over that fucking... It was a big pipe. It was like this big. It was like a big pipe. It was like a $60 pipe. And they fucking chucked it out there on the opposite side of the fucking highway where somebody could just run it over and end up plowed into the side of the wall. I never forgiven them for that. That was crazy. You know, and it was just nuts. It was like nuts. They didn't report they found the quarter of dank marijuana that I had. They didn't report that. You know, I'm not kidding. Like, thank God they didn't. It would have been way worse if they did. They did that to help me, but I mean, they didn't report it. Well, you can look at it like as helping me, or you can look at it as stealing or and lying and being corrupt. But whatever it was, they took that weed.
People don't see as us being homeless. Very few of the homeless community that I've met sit on their ass. No, nobody sit. Like, down here is the hardest work I've ever done in my life. I was working like from 5:15 in the morning until 5 o'clock at night at the fucking labor force for maybe, if I was lucky, $76 or something like that. You go score a goddamn gram of whatever it is. It might be whatever it is, and it's usually $30 to $90 depending on what your flavor is, but it's usually like $30 to $50 for a gram of meth, you know. So 50 of that $75 immediately goes to the single gram of meth, which isn't much when you're an addict. It's actually not that much, you know. And so you know, and I mean, a gram's a lot, but you know, but I'm talking about like, but yeah, like it's hard to get a whole gram. It's hard to spend $50 on a whole gram. Usually, you're getting like a 20 sack or a half or something like that. So I'm just saying. So then, you know, like I don't know. Like, so, and like you're hustling all day, right? And so you get off work at like 6 p.m. You take the bus for 2 hours in the traffic. You get down to wherever you actually sleep and live. You like party for 2 hours and you crash out. Or you just stay up for 5 days, which is far more likely. You just play video games or something on your phone, or you just fuck around or read or something, or just talk to people and party for fucking 12 hours straight all night at some flop house or something, right? And then you fucking wake up at 4. Usually you fucking wake up. Hopefully, if you're kind to yourself, you wake up after like 3 hours of mess sleep and you go on down to the construction site again and you work for your daily fucking bread, you know, and your daily dope and your daily transportation and your daily food and your water and your daily everything, cigarettes, whatever, cell phone bills and that kind of thing, right?
And yeah, I like the most I've ever worked, ever worked, and I've been construction, I've been cashier, I've been drug dealer. Even the 6-day drug dealer days weren't like when I was homeless. Homelessness is the most work there is.
Team sitting on their ass. Maybe they're taking that damn break that they need, that 15-minute break, whatever it is.
Yeah, you might get a nice 15-minute break where you get to go get high or something like that. And I would say that normal people don't get that. The normal people don't get to just sit there for between a half an hour to a 4-hour break to just chill and get high with the other junkies. Normal people don't take breaks. That's the one thing I would say that homeless people do is they take breaks because you don't have a boss. Nobody cares what you do.
15-minute break on an 18-hour day.
Yep, but it is an 18-hour day. I would say it's an 18-hour day. You sleep for 3, you get high for 3, and then you work for the other 12.
Another thing that a lot of people don't understand.
Or you work and transport. Like, you have to walk everywhere, so it takes twice as long to get anywhere. You got to either walk everywhere, or what I used to do, and I'm smarter than most homeless people, is I would go down to the light rail station. I was known for this. There was not a word for this, but if there was, I would have been called it on the streets, right? I would go down to the fucking light rail station, and I would hunt through every single trash can and all of the seats and all of the nooks and crannies and right down there by the rails. I'd get down by the rails while the light rails would be coming and leaving and stuff, and I would hunt for day passes that people had just tossed out as they were leaving, and I would go and I would use them first of all, but then I would also sell them for $1 downtown, and then eventually you can buy a pack of cigarettes. If you can get 7 bus passes, you can sell them for $1 downtown, because that's an all-day pass that, you know, that's actually really valuable. You can take it all the way out to DIA or Centennial or something. You can travel 50 miles with it for $1, right? So even the homeless people will buy it from you for like $1. It's like, hey, I'm selling day passes, and that's how I used to get cigarette money every day. And then I did it every day for the whole fucking 5 years or something like that. I would scrounge up between 7 and 10 day passes out of the fucking the fucking railway spikes of the light rail station and shit like this. And like, yeah, and I don't remember a time when I was ever sitting around or being lazy or getting high, really. It wasn't really like that. Also, you're constantly on guard, because they never talk about this either. Homeless people are the worst thieves on the planet. So if you have anything when you're homeless, you can't sleep. You can't sleep in a tent or anything like this unless you got 3 other junkies that are shooting up there right next to you that are on the night shift while you're on the day shift or whatever. You can't relax, or they're going to pick your pockets, take your wallet, go through your backpack, take all your cell phone chargers, they'll do whatever they can to make sure that they can survive this and you don't. Right? They are not there to help you. They are there to make sure that they take from you whatever they can to make sure that they survive and you don't. So that is what survivalism is. It's like Rust, you know? Rust was not a big jump for me, you know? So...
Isn't a fucking parade where you're sitting on your ass doing nothing.
No, it's like the hardest I ever worked in my life.
18-hour days. You got 20-hour days all day, every day.
I was so exhausted, and that is why meth is such a big fucking problem, is because being homeless is like an 18-hour a day job, and the only time you can stay awake the only way you can stay awake to do it is not doing heroin and doing speed, or mixing them, one or the other. And if you mix them, you go crazy. So don't mix drugs. Don't ever mix drugs, any drugs. You can mix alcohol and marijuana if you've been doing it all your life, but I wouldn't even really recommend mixing those to most people, because it's just too much downer all at once. You could potentially, puke up and die when you're too drunk or something. Don't be drinking and smoking too much unless you've been doing it your whole fucking life like me. You know what the dangers are, you just know what the limits are and all that. Like, do not ever mix your drugs, and that is the core problem with homelessness. All of them mix their drugs. All of them. They mix tobacco, alcohol, speed, heroin, uppers, downwards, lefters, righters, pills, this and that, not sleeping too much, all that. And that is the core problem with the homeless. They mix all of their drugs. And I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand being around them. Even my ex-girlfriend mixed all of her drugs all the time. And I was the only person that I met on the streets of Denver. I met everybody there. Everybody in that entire scene. I never met one of them that could handle their drugs at all, except me. I was the only one. They all knew it too. They were like, that kid never is sleeping. He never slips. He's never making mistakes. He doesn't fuck around. He doesn't screw with anybody. He doesn't ever diss anybody. He doesn't look anybody in the eye. He never gets caught slipping. We've never managed to jack him. All that stuff, right? Because it's like I just, I'm high on meth. I'm extremely focused. I've been up for 18 hours. I'm exhausted. I've been doing this for months on end. Et cetera, and I don't fuck up. I just don't,
Fortunate, you're really.
I mean, you do. You always do. Like 6 days in, you'll fuck up something like that. 4.5, you'll be taking power naps in a car and you'll get wasted or something. Trust me, it's you're not wasted, but arrested.
Working an 8-hour day, but people don't understand that being homeless is a job in itself.
It's the hardest job that there is. You wake up at 4 in the fucking morning, and they don't talk about this at all either. Like, you can't sleep on a public sidewalk in an American metropolitan city. That is not how it works. You cannot sit on a public sidewalk past like 7:30 in the morning if the city's good. If it's a bad city like New York or LA, they'll let you sit out in Skid Row. They don't care. But if it's a good city, you can't sit on the fucking sidewalk past 5:15 in the morning, something like that. I think that's what the state park law is. It's like 5:15 in the morning. You can't be sitting there in a tent or a sleeping bag on a park bench or anything like that. It's like that in New York. It's like that in Denver. You can't. So understand, the night doesn't end until 4:15 in the morning, right? The night doesn't end until 3:15, 4:15 in the morning, somewhere around there. When the shift change for the cops happens, everybody goes to sleep, right? And then at 5:15 in the morning, the park rangers roust you and they tell you to get the fuck off the sidewalk for the rest of the day until 10:15 at night. And so then you understand what I'm saying, right? From 5:15 in the fucking morning until 10:15 at night, you have to keep moving. You cannot sit there. You can't move. You got to keep moving. Sometimes they're sitting there in big amalgamations of people, and the cops are just too nice to throw them out, And that's what happens, big shanty tent towns and stuff. But generally, if you're alone and you're homeless and a cop sees you on a sidewalk, they will come to you and say, "Move it along." And then that will remain that way from 5:15 in the morning until 10:15 at night. So it's from 10:15 at night until 5:15 in the morning is the only time that you have to sleep. And in those 7 hours, you can't sleep, but because between 10:15 at night and 3:30 in the morning, that's when all the drugs are conducted. That's when all the drugs are done. That's when all the prostitution is done. That's when all the fucking, the fucking business is done. That's when all the assaults happen. That's when all the gang business is sussed out. Shit happens and all this, right? And then by 3:15 in the morning, you're asleep in some park 5 blocks from downtown. And by 5:15 in the morning, you're getting up, right? And you better be on meth, because how are you doing 2 hours of sleep every night for 10 years? You can't. So you have to use Red Bull, meth, cigarettes, heroin, alcohol, whatever you can to just prop yourself up to be able to live this 2 hours a night fucking lifestyle. And you think these people want to do this? No, they don't want to do it. They just can't get out of it. It's a lifestyle that kills your soul. And once your soul's dead, you can't come back from it. You don't want to come back from it. You're like, I'll take the 2 hour nights. Thank God I was able to resurrect off the streets. Most people can't. Most people by the end of, say, the second or third year, they're like, I'll just take the 2 hour nights for the rest of my life rather than trying to get my way out of this mess. It's done too much damage to me. That's what they'll tell you right to your fucking face. That's what he's going to say to you. He was like, yep, there was this point where all the bills and all the money just got so bad that there was no way I was ever going to recover from this, and I don't want to try anymore. And can you blame them? 2 hours of sleep every night for 30 days straight will drive anybody crazy. Anybody.
Literally try to provide for yourself.
That's the actual rule. It's like, if you go to bed between 10 and 3, you're sleeping and you get jacked, right? If you go to bed in the middle of the night in Denver and you sleep for between 10 and 3 in the morning, right? Like, it's not Bethesda where you can just go to bed in the fucking streets or whatever. It's not like that. Like, between 10 and 3 in the morning, if you go to sleep on the streets of Denver, you're going to get your pockets picked and your shit robbed. I'm dead serious. It doesn't matter where you do it. It could be a park way out there in fucking Mile High, like in fucking, a 7 Mile Park or something. It won't matter. If you go to sleep between 10 and 3 in the afternoon and they can see you, if they can find you, they will come to you and they will pick your pockets and go through your shit and try to rob you. It's just how that works. And what are you going to do? It's usually more than one person. What are you going to do? You can't do anything unless you're strapped up or you have a knife or something. And you don't want to do that. You're going to go jail real quick if you do that. So, I mean, it's you in a fist fight versus 2 people that are desperate to eat. And you don't really want to fight them. They're homeless and desperate like you. You don't want to fight them. They're not the enemy. The enemy are the pigs, So, You know, like this is the, so, the pig is the enemy. The pig is the one that rousts you at 5:15 in the morning after you've had 2 hours of sleep in 3 days or something like that. And is like, tough titty, go deal with being homeless. No sympathy or anything at all. And I'm sorry, but that is the enemy. It's not this guy. This guy's not your fucking enemy, right wing. This guy's not your fucking enemy, right wing. Your enemy is the fucking truncheon.
Provide for people around you, because it's a community. It's you don't just have
No, and then also it's just like a raid schedule. It's exactly like a fucking raid schedule, right? It's like a Final Fantasy XI Alliance schedule for Endgame and an HNMLS or something like that, right? If you are homeless, you have friends. If you have friends, they have problems. You have friends with problems. You must help them solve that problem, and you will spend most of your time helping your friends solve their problems rather than solving your own problems. Right? And because you're on the streets with them and they're looking out for you and making sure that you're not getting robbed at night or fucked or whatever, or arrested or dragged away for getting high or something like that in the night, like some kind of Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, getting blackbagged by your own people and murdered in the night, like the Night of the Long Knives or something like that. That's literally what it feels like. You're like, oh God, are cops going to come and abduct me and blackbag me tonight and take me to the city county jail and bust me for heroin and methamphetamine and put me in a 10-year jail sentence and I never see my family again? That's what homelessness actually feels like. It feels like being in the Lodz ghetto and that the war is over, It sucks. It feels like that. It's so shitty and lame. And they get caught up. If you do it for 2 years, you don't want to leave it. You're like, okay, well, now I'm the strongest motherfucker on the planet. And I don't ever have to pay for a home ever again. I don't ever have to pay for food again. And I constantly get high, which is really fun. But but I don't ever sleep. And getting high is somehow balancing never sleeping somehow. And I guess I'd rather just do this for the rest of my life until I end up in a fucking bloody bathtub or something like that than actually try and get off the streets like I did, right? And so the problem is always a problem of one that travels in threes, right? The problem is not homelessness or not being able to get a job. It's the helplessness and the inevitability of the helplessness that comes when you deal with 2 years of only being able to sleep 2 hours a night because if you're homeless, your presence raises the question, who owns the land? You don't own the land, so you can't sleep on that sidewalk past 5:15 in the morning. You don't own that sidewalk. The people do. So, but if you think about it, you're an American, you did sometime in your life most likely pay taxes on a job or something. Your taxes at one point did probably at some point help build that sidewalk that you're sleeping on, but they come and tell you you can't be there, and that's why we say the pigs are the enemy. I mean, the pigs are the enemy. Like I'm sorry, but I have a God-given American right to sleep on the sidewalk that my fucking taxes pay for. You don't own the streets, you're the pig, The public owns the streets and they don't want us here. So I leave. When they say leave, I leave, right? Every single time. I didn't argue with them or fight them. I said, sorry, leaving, because I understand. I'm not an asshole. I understand that the public wants me to leave, right? But it's still a goddamn rock and a hard place to only get 2 hours of goddamn sleep every night for 2 years. It just is. This is why we go couch surfing and try to find shelters like this and live in cars and stuff like this or at Walmarts and stuff. Because at least at the Walmart, they'll let you get 6 hours of sleep. If you want to know why all these people are crazy and they don't want to get off the fucking streets, it's because the pigs rouse you between 3 and... The only time you can sleep on the streets of any metropolitan city is between 3:15 in the morning and 5:15 in the morning. It's 2 hours. Every metropolitan city in the fucking in the fucking country is like that. So, trust me, the real problem with them is they can't sleep. They can't get the REM that they need to make a decision to get out of this situation. They're so frazzled and fucked up for so fucking long on so many drugs and so little sleep and so much harassment that they're essentially living in the Lodz ghetto. I don't really see a fucking difference between them and the fucking Lodz ghetto. We don't even know, maybe. We don't know what they do with these homeless. Maybe they cart them away on trains and gas them. We don't know. We don't know. I consider it about to be the same sort of tragedy that the Lodz Ghetto was, or that movie The Pianist, Him. I consider it to be the same thing. I don't really see the difference. It's 1924. I'm sorry, it's 2024. And we're kind of headed towards that World War again until we start treating the weakest links in our society like actual people again. I think we're headed for war. It's 1926 again, and we're all starving on the streets of the Deutschland or whatever, and it's a loaf of bread is 10,000 Deutschmarks or $10 in American, you know, and nobody can fucking afford anything. They can't pay their cell phone bills or their food. The prices has gotten goddamn insane, and all the right wing wants to do is just blame the homeless more and more and more. But I mean, I don't know, man. You're the one ousting them after 2 hours of sleep and preventing them from getting the critical thinking REM sleep that they need to fucking function as human beings and actually get themselves out of that situation. I would equate it to essentially the same thing as the labor camps. It's 18 hours of labor every single fucking day, 2 hours of sleep and 4 hours of actively running from people. It's like acting scared of people. It's insane. It's like the Lodz Ghetto. I would say it's about the same. It's a little bit more, more evolved than that, and a little bit more of an evolved game now than Hitler. But I would say it's about the same, really. It's basically the same Lodz Ghetto fucking reality, really. You can't get Medicare. You can't get medical care. Everyone's got mental health problems. Everybody's fucking starving. Everybody's a fucking drug addict or a pederast or something like that. Everybody's got pig problems. Everybody's got court dates. Everybody's being ousted by the fucking the civilian police and all this. It's like disgusting. And and it's just like, okay, if you were treated like this, you would be like this guy as well. If you were treated like that, you would be like this guy as well, like me.
Feel obligated.
And so then there's just some point where you just either you get in a car crash or an overdose or something right on the streets, right? For me, it was a car crash on the streets. And you get in some point where it's like, okay, come to Jesus. You got in a car crash, and for me, it was you got in a moped crash, and you've been in a drugged out coma for 5 days, and you woke up, thank God. We didn't know if you were going to wake up, and we didn't even know where you were for the first 2 days, and this is your wake up call. If you don't fucking get off the streets now, you're going to fucking die like this scrub. And I'm sorry, I know that's talking shit about our weakest link, but I know why. I know it takes strength to get out of that 2 hour a night sleep schedule. I know it takes strength, and I know that a lot of my fellow people don't have it, and I love them and I feel for them and I'm there for them. I will not call them names because of it. They have a burden that nobody should bear.
For everybody, being homeless, I just sat back and freaking after like a long week, and I can say a long week because, like I said, I'm out here.
A long week is 105 hours. That's what I do. 15 hours a goddamn day. It's 105, motherfucker. 105. 15 hours, it's, or whatever it is, it's 14 hours a day, it's 104 hours a week or something like that. That's the homeless schedule. That's my streamer schedule. When I became a streamer, I was like, oh, I'm used to this. It's 15 hours on, like 9 hours off. I'm used to it. That's what being homeless is like. It's like being 16, 17, 18 hours on and 2 hours off and 4 hours of running from pigs.
Getting money.
Moving around, not running from pigs. I say running from pigs is what I mean is you have to keep moving. You can't loiter somewhere or they will oust you and bust you for possession or whatever your transgressions are. Shoplifting or something, And it's all transgressions and all stealing from each other because there's nothing. There's no money. There's no help. There's nobody cares. Nobody loves you. Nobody gives a shit if you have an address or not to get a job to get you out of this situation. The shelters are full of HIV and coughing COVID people. They're and crackheads that are fresh out of jail and stuff. So you can't go there. There's no shelter. There'll be no shelter here. The front line is everywhere. There'll be no shelter here. The front line is everywhere, right? There'll be no shelter here. It's like the veritable Okie situation in, The Grapes of Wrath by John Steinbeck. And if you haven't read The Grapes of Wrath by John Steinbeck, you wouldn't be fucking hassling me.
Some people might look down on it.
Like a real American.
And frown upon it.
Instead of these idiot fucking jackass ginger fucking turds that didn't read the Constitution and wouldn't know John Steinbeck if it bit in his cocaine addicted daughter groping ass.
They're gonna run you guys out of here.
You know what? That's for me. That's definitely.
So yeah, go vote for that fucking rich boy some more, fucking idiot.
No, I don't have a clue.
They'll just come by.
Yeah.
He totally represents your lower or middle class interests. Yeah, that's totally your fucking hero.
I've asked a couple people, and their response is, that's always kind of up in the air.
Yeah, you never know. You don't know if you're gonna
like I
you don't know if you're gonna have shelter that day. You don't know if you're gonna have a voucher that day. You don't know if you're gonna have a meal that day. You don't know if you're gonna get high that day. You don't know if you're gonna make it home that day. You don't know if you're gonna die that day. You don't know if you're gonna get a ticket that day. You don't know if you're gonna go to jail that day. You don't know anything at all. And that's the whole fucking point of it. Fear, loathing, and doubt. That's what they want. That's why they designed all this. That's their drug, fear and loathing.
4 or 5 months of being homeless now, from what I've experienced, all the other places I've been at, it seems like it's always been right around 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. They come in and they say, hey.
They just oust you. You've had a nice 2-3 weeks here of actually being able to sleep all night and actually living somewhere, maybe getting some stability and maybe getting like clean again and focusing maybe a little less high and a little bit more focus, you know? And no, it's been about 3 weeks. Go move your shantytown somewhere the fuck else and readapt and resync in and learn someone new and have a new neighbor and just change. You can't even have a place on the sidewalk. You can't even have that.
He's got to go, blah, blah. Here, it kind of seems like people have been here for not just weeks, but months, where they are in this spot for...
It's funny that all these videos go directly to Denver. It's really weird.
For months, which, you know, maintain it, keep it clean.
Because Denver is like the cleanest, most modern, most beautiful city in America, I would say. It really is. It's like the cleanest city. We almost don't have a graffiti problem, believe it or not. We actually almost don't. The only places you see graffiti in the city of Denver at all is on the trains and in the downtown in about a 6-block radius. That's it. The rest of it is, I mean, and out in the boonies by the train tracks, there's a lot of graffiti and stuff on the walls of the buildings. But it's kind of new. It's only been like that for like 5 years or something. For a while there in 2015, we had zero graffiti. Like a city with zero graffiti. I'm dead serious. It was like basically zero graffiti. There was some on the trains that came in from out of town, but not really on any of the walls, right? It's a really clean, modern, rich city. But the homeless problem is one of the worst in the world because we're the big party city. So all these people that were middle class in Denver scrubbed out in the party city like me and ended up homeless like Daniel Larson. And crazy like Daniel Larson. With bad problems like Daniel Larson. You know?
Not a terrible thing.
Can I see inside? Is that right? I just want to see.
I'm not sympathetic to that fucking Shomo fucking weirdo, you know? I'm not. But I know the street city comes from and where he lives. And I have no illusions as to how he got that fucking damage. No illusions. It's the garbage toxicity community around him and the fucking homeless areas. It's all the meth. It's all the lack of sleep and being ousted every 2 hours and forced to move somewhere like some kind of goddamn fucking Holocaust train. It's insane. It's not a good place to be. I have more sympathy for them than I do the pigs. I'm sorry.
Like I said, this was kind of just gifted to me.
Yeah.
So literally pulling everything out.
I've seen this video before.
Real fast.
Yeah.
This is gonna be.
Yeah, but notice how there's not even a bed in there. Just 5 little cushions where 5 people can cross their legs and shoot up. That's it. There's no bed in there. Sleeping is for the 2 hours at night on some side alley in the grass somewhere or by the river or something like that. Sleeping for 2 hours is for between 3 and 5 in the morning, off by the river or over in some alley where they don't know where you are. The rest of the day, you sit cross-legged, like, you know, in a fucking corner in some fucking flop house or some fucking, you know, trailer or something like this, getting high with all the other crazy people. For me, it was pipes. For a lot of them, it's needles.
Area where, you know, I'm gonna throw 2 little...
Like I was incompatible with a lot of these people because they were all needle junkies and I wasn't. And they dislike people who aren't needle junkies. They think that smoking it is wasteful. Because it is. All the product goes right out into the air. And they can't stand it. Needle junkies can't stand smokers. Did you guys know this? Needle junkies can't stand smokers and smokers can't stand needle junkies. Did you ever know this? I do. Because needle junkies can't stand seeing product go out into the air. They can't stand it. It drives them crazy. And pipe people never stuck the needle in their arm. And then they didn't think anybody who ever touched the needle is a worthless piece of shit human being. Right?
There's
dude.
There's probably gonna be
It's all, there's no bed in here, and there's no sleeping or any kind of relaxation or lazing about, like the right wing always likes to say about the homeless, how lazy and shitty they are or whatever. There's no lazing about. It's all entirely work. These people work twice as hard as these people in the cubicles. I'm dead serious. The homeless work so much harder than the fucking cubicle people, and I'm dead serious. I wish I could put a camera on the average day worker homeless person in Denver and show you what their 18-hour day is actually like. I've done it myself many times. I could go do it right now. I think about doing stuff like that when my parents pass and I don't have to scare them anymore. I'll go live on the streets of Denver for 3 days and show you what it's like to actually be homeless. It's not this thing that you think it is. You're fucking stupid. Daddy Trump fucking programmed you and raped your mind. Or whatever, the right wing raped your mind. If you think homeless people are bad, you think that the weakest people in your community are bad, and that means that you are not for the underdog. You are for the fucking truncheon and the heel. You are for the aristocracy. You are for the meritocracy. If you think that homelessness and homeless people, if you think that homeless people are bad. Homelessness is bad, but homeless people are not bad. They are caught up in a terrible, terrible game set up by pigs to fucking prevent you from sleeping and get an address so you can get a job or ever not be an addict. Trust me, it's a stacked game. They work really hard, 18-hour days, like 5-6 days a week.
4 of us in here every single night. It's not just going to be myself.
There's 4 or 5 people in there shooting up or smoking pipes. Yep.
There's going to be a few of us in here every single night.
Yeah, see, I said it before he did. You know? I know because I've been there.
If you're like, should we do away with the First Amendment? Just
yeah.
I don't have to do anything. I fold.
I fold.
Okay, tell me what are you doing out here, Zach?
I'm rescuing somebody's family.
How long have you been in Santa Barbara?
Really long, and you helped save my life today.
I did?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I don't know. I'd say Saturday.
Saturday?
Yeah.
So what you're seeing isn't some stupid person. You're seeing a really intelligent person who has holes in their fucking brain as she is cross-associating because she smokes so much heroin, so much speed, and so much crack that she's got holes in her wormy little brain. And I'm not saying that doesn't make her maybe a bad person. I am kind of passing the judgment here. I am. But it is brain damage. It is holes in her brain. This isn't some, I'm just a stupid person trying to be all slovenly and get my gunk all over you with my carelessness and my bad lifestyle. It's somebody who has holes in their fucking brain, and they're like cross-associating different sentences that are being written in their fucking brain right now. And this is a really common thing with junkies. It's called dysplasia, and it's terrible when they have it. It means that they're not ever coming back. My ex-girlfriend has it. She's got this. She's exactly like this. Exactly like this. She'll say, God made heroin because Rusty has to go downtown to go find some shit at the hotel, but the hotel's locked at 5 p.m. and it's only 1 in the morning. And you look up and it's like 3 in the afternoon in reality. And this isn't because she's crazy or stupid or weird or dumb or something like this. This is because the holes in her brain, because of the years of heroin use, have now like basically cross-hatched, and now her knowledge centers are giving her different reactions of what her brain is trying to say. And it's like somebody with dyslexia. They're talking backwards at that point. And yeah, it's their fault that they fried their brains like that. They're fucking idiots. Yeah, we can pass a judgment on them if we need to be crapulent, shitty people. But I mean, in reality, it's still somebody who needs help, and your judgment doesn't help, you know? I'm not saying save them. I'm saying this is somebody, this is a human being in need, and only a cold-hearted fucking bastard would say differently.
Bumped my elbow and got spidey powers.
And I don't like cold-hearted bastards. I think there's too much of that in this world. I think us denying our softness as human beings is what led us to the world wars. I think the truncheon is the enemy. I think these pigs are the enemy, and acting all hard and not like this isn't a member of our community is the enemy. You know, the pigs are the enemy. They're not treating us like human beings. It's, you know.
Oh, a couple moments. Precious moments.
Yeah, precious moments. Precious. Now, she got 6 names. She's thinking about her friend's 6 names. She's trying to figure out which one is hers. And I know because I lived with somebody like this for 4 years.
For bait.
What's your name?
Debate. I'm looking for Judge Judy's typist.
Typist.
Because I wonder what she's up to.
Judge Judy?
My mom loves Judge Judy.
I love Judge Judy.
No, my mom loves her the best.
Yeah.
My mom loves her the best.
All right. Well.
Because even one's own parents will sue their child for $100.
Yep.
And so,
Yep.
if Judge Judy was alive, I'd want her to like.
Isn't she? Oh no,
tell
she
my
must have
mother in
passed.
Spirit, the difference between a civil and a criminal.
Yep, civil and criminal case.
$100.
Yep.
Okay.
That was.
Cause she loves Judge. I love.
That was
Judge.
beautiful.
I really love Judge Judy. But I really love her because.
Me too. Yep.
Are you homeless?
So far.
Do you like being homeless?
Sometimes, yeah. No.
Can you tell that she's actually smart? She's like actually smart. One of the most tragic things about actually being homeless for 5 years is you begin to understand that the smartest people in the society have all wrecked themselves out on drugs because of the depression caused by the pricing and the rent crisis and all this terrible shit. And maybe divorces or something bad is a trigger, but generally it's like the just depression over not being able to pay their way in their own society anymore. So they fall to the fucking streets. They live in the car, then they lose the car, then they become an addict, then they become a junkie, and then they're a junkie for 5 years, and then they become this, right? It's a slippery slope. So, but this is not a stupid, worthless person like somebody might lead you to believe. This is actually a very intelligent person. I can see the intellect in her eyes, but she scrambled her brains with too much drugs because the depression or the rape or the whatever the fucking trigger was too much. And that's often the case with the women on the streets. They're almost always. I never met a woman on the streets who wasn't raped when she was like 13.
Good idea.
What's that?
So I have a great deal of sympathy for any woman that you see on the streets because you know why she's there. She was raped when she was 13. It's that same old thing that I talked about earlier tonight about childhood trauma that you got to relive out and hurt other people now because you're a piece of shit that didn't learn to fucking break the fucking cycle, cocksucker. Fuck you. And or you can break the fucking cycle and and understand that you shouldn't keep living out this cycle of damage. And so she was hurt when she was 13 or something, and now she's living out the damage all her life. You should have some sympathy for her. She is our weakest link. She is our most important member. She is where the most focus and the most attention and the most money and the most love must be focused in this culture. Instead, they're dying on the streets as they're ousted and allowed 2 hours of sleep every night with their drug addict lives and their fucking hopeless, like not being able to get a fucking, not being able to get a fucking address to get their way out of poverty. And so, and so I look at it like, who's the animal here? Is it her? Or is it the people that led to the situation that brought her to this place?
Natural foliage. I think people's houses are existentially falling
I've
apart.
never met a single person willing to do this stuff who didn't end up there by sliding down like some kind of ladder, right? Nobody ever says, oh, I'm going to go to the streets and be homeless and just fuck off and get high now. I mean, I'm sure some people, really crazy people do. They're like, oh, I lost my wife. I lost my son in a car crash. I don't want to be a lawyer anymore. I'm just going to go drink in my car till they arrest me for DUI, and then I'll sell my car and buy more liquor with that. And when I can't buy hotel rooms anymore, I'm just going to drink myself to death on the streets, right? I'm sure people do that kind of stuff. I think leaving Las Vegas was kind of a story like that a little bit. I'm sure that happens. I'm sure it does. But it's actually not as common as you think. What it usually is they can't deal with all the costs of everything all at once. They can't do rent and food and water and shelter and education and health bills and all that stuff, and transportation and health and medical and gasoline and all that stuff. They can't do all of it at once because you guys raised the prices too high. So they fall down to the car, and then they fall down to the streets, and then they fall down from the streets to the permanent addict life on the streets, and then they don't ever come back to us. And I don't understand how almost any of that is actually their fault. They're almost always a victim of some terrible crime or some fucking fucked up thing, or they just can't pay the money in that city anymore because of the fucking housing crisis and how greedy the meritocracy has actually literally been. Yeah, now she's gonna tell us about how she went to Yale. You'd be surprised how often like the people in the lowest class are often the most educated. It's actually kind of funny. The people in the lowest class can often be the most educated people I ever met. It's actually crazy. You'd be surprised how many of these people will be like, yeah, I've got a master's in biology, or I've got a master's in fucking journalism, or yeah, I got a associate's degree in at the Colorado School of Mines for one of my friends who was a junkie. He was he was a geophysicist who used to make it was like 550 grand a year helping oil companies do surveying. And then he got into the methamphetamine and the pills and stuff when he got a back injury. And then he had this nice $700,000 house right in Platt Park. Dear friend of mine, right? And they started to threaten to take his house because he wasn't working as much because he had taken a back injury and he was a drug addict. And they didn't care that he was making 550 grand for 25 years. When he went bad, when he went bad, they threatened to take his house for like 5 years and stuff. And he got so depressed because of that he couldn't work anymore. And he still has the house somehow by some blessing of whatever. But I mean, like that I sat there and battled all of that with him for like 5 fucking years. I connived ways to dodge the mortgage. I sorted all the mortgage bills and all this. I did all the accounting work. I went through and I tried to save him. I tried to sort the paperwork and help him get out of that fucking mess. But the mortgage crisis had destroyed this man, and he didn't sell the house. It was all he had left. And so what he did is he stopped working and he invited in all the homeless of Denver into his nice $700,000 house right in Platt Park. Not all the homeless, but all the homeless that he could stand. And so he would fill his house with the most intelligent people that he could find in the lower class, which is how I ended up there. And everybody there, except for the fucking mongoloid goddamn moron that tried to kill me, was north of 140 or something like that. Everybody there, from the lady that was there to the other lady that was in the basement to the drug dealer guy in the basement that was my hook, my permanent hook, right? And like, my main hook and all this, all of them were north of 140. They were all extremely intelligent people that could tell you about pi and Fibonacci and the true inner workings of the fucking electoral system, or what geophysics is, or how to survey an oil plot or something like that, right? These aren't dumbass idiot heroin people on the fucking street. I know that's what you think they are. That's almost always actually the wrong stereotype. Is often actually in the opposite direction, which sucks. The most talented, most skilled, intelligent people I ever met were on the streets, which is so fucked up. I mean, I hate it, but it is true. And so I think of them as our greatest natural resource, because the smartest people in this society are often the most sensitive ones that will take a drug addiction over actually dealing with the losses of their money, their house, their marriage, their lifestyle, or whatever, right? They're just too intelligent and too sensitive to be able to actually deal with it. So they copium with drugs. And so that is the psychological background behind a lot of homelessness. It actually is. And like, and so this thing that the right wing thinks that it is, and then how I have a friend recently who was just tirading about the homeless during our Baldur's Gate 3 session for like 3 weeks. And I listened to every word. But I mean, almost all of it was this crazy hyperbole that is so far from the actual reality that it's just like, okay, let that crazy person go on about how bad the homeless problem is, because they're so unaware of what the fucking realities are.
Now, I spent 3 days driving around San Jose in the summer of 2021. I saw homeless stuff all over, and it was a trip because it's the wealthiest place in the country. But there are homeless people everywhere. Everywhere. One particular camp I saw really stood out. There were about 500 or 600 people camped, this big sprawling area right by the San Jose airport. And the city.
If you ate the homeless, it's because you fear becoming them. I mean, it's the actual reality. It's what I always told everybody else. I was like, yeah, if you like, after seeing all this, I know one thing: if you fear the homeless, it's because you fear becoming one. It's not because you should fear the homeless. They're like the homeless. Yeah, they'll rob you. They'll pick your pockets and shit. They're desperate people. But if you were desperate, you'd pick people's pockets too. You go through people's shit too. You would go through the alleys looking through dumpsters too. You'd like looking for drugs and money and all types of stuff. You would do that too if you were homeless and desperate on the fucking streets. I know I did. So, like, I don't know. I don't really fault people, their coping mechanisms when they fall down to the streets, whether it be drug addictions or dumpster diving or panhandling or whatever it is, prostitution or whatever it is, right? I don't fault them. They're fucking, they're fucking, like, they're foibles. They're not perfect. They're humans. They're gonna have some terrible thing that they've got issues with. Everybody does. So, like, the lack of sympathy is not helpful to your fellow Americans. I would say it is actually anti-American. It is not. One of the reasons that we, quote unquote, need to make America great again, which I don't believe. I believe America was always fucking great, you fucking traitor. But one of the reasons that we need to make America again, if his supposition is somehow correct, which it isn't, right, is because of how we look at our fellow Americans. One of the reasons that America is, America's always been great. I will not listen to some Republican tell me that it wasn't. America was always motherfucking great. It still is, even now today. It still is, even at the eve of the apocalypse or whatever, right? It doesn't fucking matter. It still is, right? And I will not truck with anybody who ever says differently. That's fucking traitor talk. Just like his traitor ass ran the insurrection. It's traitor talk, right? And what I will say, like, motherfucker, if you don't care for the weakest links in our society, you are the weakest link in the society. And we won't care for you. See how you like it. What goes around comes around. Now I'm gonna sing a homeless working class hero song now. A homeless punker band working class hero now. Song now. Called What Goes Around Comes Around. By 15, right? Lyrics, 15 lyrics. Maybe I'll just pull the album because I can't remember the name of the song. I'm sorry. Let's see. Nope, the album. 15 Lucky album. I'm looking for the album, right? Yep. And we're looking for No, not Taylor Swift. No. Oh my god. No. What is this? Is it Sin Seriously? Nope. No, it's where did the other one go? Did I lose it? I think I did. It's what is it? It's Payback is Beautiful. There it is. There we go. I don't know if I'll be able to find this. Nope. This punker band was so universally not accepted that I doubt their lyrics are even on the internet. That's okay.
And finally, they're like, we're coming in, we're clearing this all out.
Show me there's just one more. Show me there's only one more. What goes around comes around. Mother, I've been thinking about how most people tend to think. That nature is here, or nature is there, or nature is one place but not everywhere. Mother, I guess I am just too afraid to admit. The streets are violence, the buildings are violence, our whole lives are violence. Show me there's just one more. Show me there's only one more. What goes around comes around. What goes around comes around. Hey, Mr. Conquistador. What goes around comes around. 500 years. What goes around comes around. Of kidnapping and brainwashing. What goes around comes around. It will destroy you. What goes around, Mr. CEO. What goes around comes around. 500 years. What goes around comes around. I'm sorry, it's just, you know, it's a song about what you wish for the homeless is what will happen to you. And I will quote biblically, biblical in hopes that maybe you respect at least that, if you respect at least one thing in this life or whatever. I'll quote the scripture at you for the proof, right? The stone that the builder shall refuse shall be the head cornerstone. If you cast these people out, they will be the greatest in our culture. You know, the stone that the builder refused shall be the head cornerstone. It's a parable about your rejection of people that aren't doing as well as you. If you refuse the same stone that makes up the walls that is your home, like, you know, that makes up your country, that, you know, if you, the stone that the builder refused shall be the head cornerstone. And I don't like being biblical, but I think that's all the idiot right wingers that hate the homeless understand. So I speak in terms that they understand. It's God's place to judge, not ours. It's our place to help our fellow Americans and not judge them or snub them or lead them to die or pariah them or be like icky or any of this shit, right?
The day I was there, they just announced that.
But you can go on with your godlessness. Go ahead and judge the homeless and attack people all the fucking time and all this. Go on with it. That's good.
Everybody was getting ready to leave. They were all packing up.
And what goes around comes around. You trade your family life for that CEO lifestyle, for all that money in that fucking cubicle and that fucking plastic fantastic, you know, upper class fucking lifestyle. And you trade all your morals for it and you slave it and you fucking, you know, how did Everclear put it? You bite like hell and you pray. You bite down like hell and you pray like hell that the machine won't ever let you go or whatever. And you trample these people down here with your carelessness and your fucking damage and all this and this stuff and your surplus and your constant hoarding of the money. And yeah, so I believe you should have worse lives than these people did because you have cast these people out of your society. The stone that the builder refused shall be the head cornerstone. And I'm quoting Bradley Knoll. I am not quoting the Bible. By the fucking way. I am quoting Sublime. Don't get it twisted.
Who is it? Hey, it's me. Hell no or hell yes?
No, she said it's hell out.
Oh, it's hell.
It's been hell.
It is
yeah.
hell. Yes.
So it's been kind of tough.
No joke. Who are you with?
I have a YouTube channel.
Oh, because I'll put them on blast.
It's called Nick Johnson. Yeah, tell me what you want to say. I don't care what you say. You just say it.
Well,
thank you.
I was in stage 1. I've been here almost 2 years, right here. And it's been hell out there. Basically what happened was I've been on all the news stations, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 11 Spanish stations. At first we had no running water. The city came out and dug the street up, turned off all the water. We had 2 bathrooms. One of them is still here.
Mm-hmm.
It's open, as you can see, it's open. But it's supposed to, there's no plumbing.
Mm-hmm.
They shut them down. We had another one, but it burnt down. That was over here by the other baseball field. And we had nowhere to go to the bathroom. We had no water. And people that brought out water
These are refugees from the financial war of America of the last 60 years. They are refugees, and this is how we treat them. These are our fellow Americans. We treat them like goddamn, like worse than refugees from other countries.
The streets brought water. Everybody was fighting. Physical.
Fighting over water.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
We had no water.
Oh, yeah. Got no water.
How long have you been here?
I've been here
How, 2? Okay. Were you one of the first ones out here?
No. There's people that have been out here like 8-10 years.
On this spot?
Not right here, but along the...
In this area, yeah.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. I'm basically, this used to be my bed right here. This is where I used to sleep. And then I got together with my friend after I lost my husband, who died of prostate cancer. And he was owed $28,000. And the guy says, well, the owner says, well, he's dead. I don't have to pay no more. I don't have to pay you nothing. I was like, a year and a half, almost 2 years that we were there, you agreed we had a notarized paper with his signature, public notary, everybody's signatures on there. Said I owe you nothing.
So where are you gonna go now?
I have a tiny home, but the problem is with the tiny home is so many rules.
It's what?
So many rules.
Oh, rules. Okay.
For one, you can't have no visitors. You have to check in by 10 o'clock at night. And they're on your case all the time.
How did you end up out here?
My husband died
Your husband died?
out here. He died of 4-stage prostate cancer. But he died out here on the streets, homeless. And we were offered, well, when they were doing the section.
Yeah, these people with cancer are such assholes. These fellow Americans of ours.
List for the homeless.
It's totally their fault that they're homeless.
We got offered a job in Salinas to be manager, property manager, and assistant manager. And when we came back, it was closed. It was closed.
Why don't you just leave San Jose and go somewhere cheaper?
Well, I am actually in the process of hopefully next week I will have my 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartment that the manager has been saving for almost 70 days.
So you have somewhere to go.
Oh, she's getting out. She's getting out. Oh, I remember that stage of it too. They were like, okay, you've been accepted to public housing and we're going to save your life, but you're on probation. You've got to settle your case first. And then they drew it out 2 years. And so then when I finally got on probation, I was living in the madhouse. It was like a men's dorm for people in the system, run by the Mental Health Center of Denver. And all of us had bad mental health issues and all this. Like, for instance, mine is PTSD from an attempted murder. And so, like, yeah. And I just couldn't deal with cops. I couldn't deal with help. I was disassociating from the world, and they knew it. And they're like, we think that we can save you. And I was like, I think you can save me too. I haven't had any help in 7 years. I think you can save me too. Give me a little bit of fucking help. Give me 3 weeks in a motel room, and I will never, you will never see me again. I'll get out of this situation. I'll leave this city. I have a man trying to kill me. He's in jail now. I'm sure the day he gets out, he'll be gunning for me again. And there's for no reason at all. And they're like, we're very aware of this. That's why we're trying to help you. We're aware that this man has no reason to kill you and is just after you. And I'm like, yep. And yep. And so they did. They put me in a motel for 3 weeks, and I took showers three times a day. And I'm sure she probably has had this by now. It's such a wonderful feeling. I got out of the situation the day that he tried to kill me with the circular saw. He went to jail, and I was like, oh my God, I can sleep. I don't have to keep one eye open all night and see if somebody's going to creep on me in my sleep and try and kill me, just for trying to have a place to live, just trying to have a place to stay in the winter. It was 14 degrees the day that he tried to kill me. 14 degrees. It was insane. So they moved me out. And, or I'm sorry, it wasn't 14 days the day it was 14 degrees when I moved into the house. It was too cold on the streets, so I moved into an old friend's house and squatted there because it was empty, and they didn't like that, so they came in, and then eventually he just fixated and tried to come kill me for it. He was like, "Get out of the house," and I was like, "I need a place to be. It's too cold." Right? And so then later in the year, like 2 months later, he made an attempt on my fucking life, and it was so weird. It was like, it was such a good day. I get tears when I think of it. He went to jail for 2.5 years. And then they put him on an ankle monitor, and they said, don't you worry about him. If he gets within 5 miles of you, or if he takes the ankle monitor off, he will be in violation of probation for assault and attempted murder and all this other stuff. And if he gets within 5 miles of you, you will know. We will text you immediately, and you will get a call within 30 seconds, and there will be a detective coming to wherever you come. Sorry, not a detective, but a plainclothes will come to wherever you are and will physically protect you. This is what they told me about him. They're like, we know that this guy's problematic. He's got all kinds of assaults on his records and all this. He's beaten his wife like half to death before and all this shit. And they're like, we know this guy's a problem. We got a lot of problems with this guy. And so they were like, okay, we're going to help you here. And we're like, we're going to help you by protecting you and letting you sleep right. We're like, the detective on my case was very serious about this. He's like, I'm giving you a card. He's a person. He's the guy that I go home and drink with after the shift, right? He's my best buddy in the force, right? And I'm going to give you a card. A friend of mine, he's a plainclothes. I'm a detective, right? And he's like, call Mr. I can't remember the name. I've got the card somewhere. And he was like, call this guy. And I was like, okay. And I dropped the detective's name, and he was like, what do you need? He was like, what do you need? I'll do anything. And I was like, okay, well, he said for me to tell you that I've got a 5-year restraining order on a man who made an attempt on my life 3 weeks ago. And he said that if the man ever comes within, when he gets out of jail, if the man ever comes within 5 miles from me, I'm to like, that you are to respond to the call, and then I'm to ask you to put a note on my file about who to contact if there's an attempt on my life. And he was like, oh yeah, I got you, no problem. You were a victim of an assault. And I was like, yeah, he tried to kill me with a circular saw. And so this fucking cop was like, okay, if he ever sets off that ankle monitor, you call me on this cell phone number, and I will come day, night, sleeping, awake, it doesn't matter. I'll come in my civilian car if I have to, and I will come to wherever you are with a strap, and I'll stand in front of your door for at least an hour. And I was like, okay. And this was the help that the community did help. They knew that I was on my way out of this terrible situation that she's caught in. I needed the help. The cops were like, okay. They saw, like, the mental health, my caseworker for the mental health center of Denver showed up and told them that I had PSD and all this shit. It was just crazy. And they got me out of being dragged off to jail. And then they were like, okay, you're going to a motel, and if you stay clean and you take showers and get yourself better and exercise and act like you want to get off the streets and all this, and you act like you want to take the chance, Mental Health Center Denver has known you for 5 years and believes that they will help you, and that you are worthy of helping, and we believe that you're a just enough risk to put some belief behind, so we're going to put you in Park Place for 3 weeks, and then we'll give you a residential for at least 2, if not indefinitely. They were like, no matter what, we'll take care of you for the rest of your life. You rest of your life, if we can't get you out of your situation, if we can't do the advocacy and the court case stuff and be your case manager. They put me on 5 different medications, and they like got me off the street and stuff, and they were like, here's sleep medication. We see that you're not sleeping, and that you've been sleeping for 2 hours a night for 7 years, and that it's destroyed your brain. And we see that you got brain damage from a neuropsych evaluation that we had you do, and you've got retrograde amnesia, and you probably should be on disability, and that you've lost your first appeal, so we're going to get you a lawyer for the second appeal. She was a wonderful lady, but she passed away of cancer during my case, which didn't help. So I was supposed to be on disability in 2019, and the woman promised me too. She was like, I have a 92% success rate, and I take great pleasure out of getting the government to give disability to people who actually fucking need it, and I believe in you, and I believe in your case, and I believe I want to help you. She was such a wonderful woman, but she passed away of cancer during my case, so then I had to wait for another 18 months to get a new lawyer, a new court date, and a new hearing and all this shit. It sucked. It was another year and 18 months without a dollar or any assistance or any food stamps or anything at all. I just lived off the 3 meals that they gave me for the first 6 weeks or something like that. And then they started giving me more and more assistance as the time went on, because they could see that I was sober, I was healthy, I was getting better, I was happier, I wasn't depressed at all. The man was in jail, so I didn't have any fear. Now I've got fear because he's out of jail now, and all this other stuff. And I don't know. I don't even know why he did that shit. He was a friend until he did it. He was a friend up until like basically the day before. He wasn't a friend. He was a shithead who beat the shit out of me a bunch of times because he was a nut. But I mean, like, but the friendship was like fine up until a couple of weeks before he went nuts. You know, I didn't do anything to him. He was just a complete fucking off the wall crazy person. They find me and they morph and they terramorph into some terrible caca demon and attack me. I don't know why they do this. I just activate whatever their damage is, I guess. I don't know what it is. I just attract the crazies, I guess. I don't know. So I took 3 showers a day. I watched daytime television. I remember watching Bloodsport for some reason was on for like 6 days. They played Jean-Claude Van Damme's Bloodsport, which is a really fucking good movie. It's where we got Mortal Kombat from and all that. It's a very video gamer movie. It's a very great martial arts movie from the 80s. And for some reason, I remember watching like 6 days of Bloodsport or something, and I was like, God damn it, I feel like I could kick Van Damme's ass if I was given a chance. I kept thinking the whole week, I was like, I am stronger than this man who's got like the greatest body on the planet that year or whatever, who kicks every bad guy's ass in this martial arts movie. I was like, this guy is a pussy compared to me. And I have been a kingpin. I have been like homeless on the fucking streets and shit. I've been in high-speed car chases with police and shit. My life goddamn was Grand Theft Auto pretty much. You know what I'm saying? My life was Jesse fucking Pinkman. I didn't want it to be that way. It was. And like at the end of it, I remember when I decided to get out of the system permanently and forever, because I still didn't even know at that point if I was done with doing my life. You know, if I was done with being a bad person. I didn't really know. I was like, I don't know. I could just relapse here and just go on back to the streets and chase my ex-girlfriends and just go down to the streets again. There's nothing stopping me. I'm just healthy and sober now. They've let me sober up in this hotel for like 3 weeks, and so I I took like 5 showers a day because I had been getting enough showers, and I really scrubbed all the dirt off my fucking skin and all that. That was so nice. And like I watched daytime television and just crappy movies with a lot of fucking commercials and stuff. And I watched Bloodsport like 6 or 7 times because it was on every night at like 9:30 on Showtime or something for like a week. And I think that was a very helpful moment for me, kind of like when what's the story that what's his name? Robert Downey Jr. relates this story about like Robert Downey, like what is Robert Downey Jr.'s story about when he rock bottom story? Robert Downey Jr.'s rock bottom story is actually very compelling. Right? And Bloodsport was like that for me. I was like, I'm tired of having a potato body. I'm tired of living like a Grand Theft Auto despot. I'm tired of living on couches and driving around everywhere I go instead of like having a home and living a life and having a job or whatever. I mean, I had jobs, but it was like having a career. Like I've got a career now that I look forward to waking up in the morning because I'm like, I get to go to work. I do a job that I love, and I this is my job and I love it. It's good, you know. And so yeah. Everybody's always got a good rock bottom story. My rock bottom story wasn't when it was the rock bottom when he tried to kill me with a circular saw. It was the rock bottom as he was in cuffs and they were taking him away in the SUV, and I watched the car pull away after like 5 months of stress of him threatening me and beating the shit out of me and all the assaults that he committed and all this stuff for no good goddamn reason. He would just kick in my door when I was living out in the garage, and he would just beat the shit out of me up against the wall for no fucking reason at all. No warning, nothing. Like he was raring ready drunk for a fight, and I'm just sitting there playing video games, and someone comes busting through the fucking wall like a crazy ass Kool-Aid man and fucking starts beating you up against the fucking wall and shit into your ribs and your fucking face and shit, and like I'm beating bloody and shit inside of 15 seconds, and I'm like, what? Like, you know, it was like straight up cold, like it was like sucker punched. It was like boom, boom, clock, bam, 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 bam. It was like so fast. It was like a psycho. He was such a socio-psycho. And I was like, what the fuck did I even do to you, dude? He's like, you haven't paid rent. And I was like, yeah, I don't have a job. I'm a drug addict. And he's like, pay rent. And I was like, I'm leaving tomorrow, you know? And I did. I left. I was like, like, Jesus fucking Christ, I'm leaving tomorrow. You won't let me use the bathroom in the place that I pay rent for. So I stopped paying rent. It was so stupid. I was like, you will not let me and my girlfriend use the bathroom at the place that we pay $500 a month to live at. It's not that we're paying for $500 for an apartment. It's $500 for a crappy freezing garage so we don't die on the streets, because we're homeless and fucked up and abandoned, So I was like, here's $500 a month. My family helped me pay it. And they were like, here's rent if he can have a stable place to get a job and get off the streets and stuff. And he's got a girlfriend and everything. Helped them, right? And one of them was helping me, but the other guy just locked the door and stopped letting us use the bathroom. It would have became too many times walking to the donut shop to use their restroom. It was just too many times. Sooner or later, she just like left, and I just was like done. And he was beating the shit out of me, and it was just crazy. And finally, I hit rock bottom, and I remember the rock bottom moment was when he was being driven away in the SUV. And I was like, I'm done with meth. I'm done with these cops. These cops helped me so much today. I don't ever want to see cops again. And so that wasn't my rock bottom moment, though, really. It was like 6 days later, I was in the Broadway Motel in Denver, and I was like watching Bloodsport for like the sixth fucking time, and I couldn't stop watching it because it had all this good 80s music that I actually liked. I don't particularly like the movie, although it is a good movie. It was mostly the music that I was listening to, which I am into retro 80s stuff that sounds like a bad arcade, and Bloodsport's got that in spades, right? So I really like the music in Bloodsport, and that's why I was listening to it over and over and over again. I don't care about the content of that movie. It was the music that I thought was actually really good. And I kept thinking, God, he did probably have like the best body in the world for this movie during that year. And I was like, what's the difference between him and me? He was allowed to do what he wanted to do, which was martial arts. I'm not. I don't see any difference between wanting to be a master in martial arts and wanting to be a master of video games. I don't fucking see a difference. I don't see it. I don't see a difference between Bruce Lee and Ninja. I really don't. I really don't. So, I mean, I see a difference in terms of their physicality. I don't see a difference in their resolve, their lives, their drive, their instincts, their moves, their knowledge, their desire to learn more about their craft and all this, right? I liken Ninja to goddamn, Bruce Lee or whatever, Jackie Chan or whatever, right? And so I don't see the difference, though. I don't see a difference between a Bruce Lee and somebody like even Ninja or me. I don't. I think they're the same sort of personality with the same sort of drive, with the same sort of thing and the same sort of obsessions and all that stuff. It's type A personalities going after whatever they want. And for me, it was video games. And so I sat there and I was like, what's the fucking difference between Jean-Claude Van Damme and and me, right? What's the difference? Of course, he has a nice body and he trained all his life to be a martial artist. I trained all my life to be a video game artist, right? So there's a big difference there. But I'm like, but in terms of drive and desire and focus and everything, I do not see a difference between a grandmaster martial artist and me. I want it just as bad as they do. I want the same recognition for being the best fighter on the planet as I think I want the same recognition for being the best video gamer on the planet as these guys do being the fighter. Now, will that ever happen? Absolutely not. Ninja's already got me beat. Many people already have me beat. And I love that. Actually, I think that would depress most people that most people are already beaten at it before they even turn 18 or whatever. But I mean, but I do have the belief that I have the potential to, if I were to put my mind to it, if I were to really buckle down and focus and pick a game that was new, that wasn't fucking totally tortured to death by people and they were grandmasters at it, right? If I keep thinking that if they drop the right new game that touches the right amount of levels of knowledge across so many different areas of gaming, and that I feel that I could really shine and maybe not be the best gamer on the planet, but be in the contender in the top 500 list or something like that, right? Top 500 would be fine for me. I'd be okay with top 500. I'm not talking about ranked at all. I am talking about successfully being a full-time 14-hour gamer every day for 50 fucking years and still making a living doing it and loving it and building a community and being there and proving that you can live this as a lifestyle the same way that Jean-Claude Van Damme in Bloodsport lived Bloodsport as a goddamn lifestyle, right? And so the drive was there, and seeing somebody who was a master at his own trade was a powerful thing for me. I needed it in the moment. I was like, I am not Jean-Claude Van Damme, and I don't even care about Jean-Claude Van Damme, and I don't desire to be Jean-Claude Van Damme or even have the same physicality as him. I've never have. I don't care about that sort of stuff, right? But I was like, the focus that he displayed in the Bloodsport tournament is exactly the same as mine right now. No difference. I would fight Jean-Claude Van Damme. I would not be afraid to do that. I would not be afraid to fight McGregor or somebody like that right now. You understand? Because I feel in top faculties at 100%, and no, my body's not good like theirs. But I mean, like, but my focus is, which is why they like chess boxing and all this other stuff, right? My focus is. It's what Logan and Logan Paul was trying to do with boxing and all this. I can relate to that. My focus is good like theirs. Like motherfucking Mr. Miyagi. It is good. Now, is it good in PvP engagements with people who stream snipe and to gain an advantage on me, who I don't want to fight? No. But if I'm sober and actually playing something like Fortnite or Overwatch, I will sweep that match or in the top 5, something like that. And if you're consistently top 5, you can be consistently top 500 in my opinion. The focus was there. So I just tell myself all the time that in my motherfucking self I trust, and how much more I should believe in myself every single fucking day and all that. Sorry, I gotta restart something here. Give me just a second. There we go. Sorry, I want to play this whole thing again. Sorry, I have a website locking up on me. Give me just a second here. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. So, yeah, I believe it was a Seth Rogen where he talked about hitting rock bottom. So let's hear what he has to say to Seth Rogen, I guess. I don't really like Seth Rogen, but whatever.
Really close, because I don't believe it is.
Now, I do like Seth Rogen, excuse me, but I don't like Seth Rogen for a particular reason.
Every day, the reset button.
I don't think he's adequate enough, right? So I have a friend who goes by the letter K, who I think is a much, and I mean, he's like in my inner circle almost. He's like as close as you can be and not be inner circle, right? He's like honorary circle, right? So, like, K is 10 times the man that Joe Rogan is. And so whenever I want to go see Joe Rogan, I think of my friend Kay and how much cooler Kay is. This goes out to KK. If he's ever watching this, I'm hoping this gets back to him sometime. But okay, I still think that my friend Kay is such a much more badass motherfucker than Seth Rogen could ever hope to be. And every time I hear Seth Rogen speak, all I can hear is my friend Kay, because they're very similar people, very, very close to each other in many respects, right? And so every time I hear Seth Rogen, I think of my own personal Seth Rogen in my personal life that I think is a much, much greater man with much, much greater knowledge and much, much greater personality. He's a master mechanic, did 16 years of master mechanics. He can fix sports bikes and sports cars and racers and all types of shit, right? And you know, Gran Torino and shit like this, right? He's a muscle car guy. He can quote you any part off any car. He's a goddamn master mechanic in his own right. He's a genius master mechanic. You know, he's a wrencher, right? And every time I see Seth Rogen, I'm like, yeah, there's the discount K. There's the discount K. And I don't mean to compare Seth Rogen to my friend K, but I like K a lot more than Seth Rogen. I think he's actually a much greater man. For one thing, I think he's met more famous people, for instance, which is crazy. But this man who is not famous has met more famous people, I believe, than Seth Rogen has, which is nuts. And that's one of the reasons why I don't like Seth Rogen, is because to me, he's a bargain version of a friend that I know. He's not even funny like my friend is. It's kind of funny. He's not funny like my friend is. He's not. He talks like my friend, but he's not funny like my friend. It's kind of funny. He's not, and it's weird because my friend didn't try to be a comedian. My friend successfully is a master mechanic. I like bragging about this. And by master, it means like they took the courses for master. You know what I'm saying? So, and in past and all this. So like, yeah. And so every time I think of fucking Seth Rogen, every time I see him, I'm like, there goes my bargain discount version of one of my best friends. And nothing against Seth Rogen. I'm sure he is a great man. But I'm sorry, I've just met somebody who does this whole shtick way, way, way better than him. And never mind.
Gets pressed, and it's like, now what?
30 years he has struggled with a dangerous drug addiction that nearly destroyed him. And today, he says he's clean, he's in love. And so by the time you're in prison, that's not rock bottom for you?
Nope.
Nope.
Nope, it never is. Rock bottom was not watching them take him away in chains, you know, fucking like the handcuffs, you know. And they had tackled him, so he was like bruised and beaten. It was awesome. You know, they tackled him with the circular saw. They like told him to drop it, and then they fucking came and they're like, get down on the fucking ground with the guns and shit. It was so awesome. Fuck that guy. Fuck him. And the last time I saw him a couple more times past that. But anyways, just a mess. And and I thought that would have been my rock bottom, watching them taking him away in the paddy wagon and stuff. I was like, oh man, this isn't rock bottom, is it? I knew it wasn't. I was like, I still might relapse. I think this isn't over yet, but it was over 6 days later. And it was understanding that I had gained the focus and lost the fear. I had gained the focus of the things that I lived through, like Jesse Pinkman, very similar to that. I was never confined in a space like Jesse Pinkman, but I was tortured by the government worse than Jesse Pinkman. Definitely tortured, as in a 10-year sentence held over my head like it was a fucking like it was a guillotine. I couldn't sleep, I couldn't focus, I couldn't play games. It was just 2 years of COVID and wondering whether they were going to put me in jail for 10 years over a piece of shit non-felony probation violation. And I hated him for it. I still do. It was unacceptable. That was not a right to a speedy trial in any way or form. You guys held 10 years over my head. I resent you for it. I don't want you to be in power anymore. I resent you for it. You terrorized me for 2 years with your fucking guillotine of that 10-year prison sentence on a fucking. I admitted that I had smoked some methamphetamine and violated my probation, and their response was to dangle a 10-year sentence of mandatory minimum sentencing of 10 years for 3 different charges, of maximum sentences on all charges because I violated probation, which was the agreement. Don't violate probation, or you'll catch the maximum on all of your charges, and you'll get 10 years in jail. And so I signed the probation, and I broke the probation after that man beat the living shit out of me and terrorized and threatened to kill my ex-girlfriend, and she left me. So then I relapsed when I realized that I had actually lost her and she was with someone else because he threatened to kill her right to her face. She just left because I would too. I mean, you know, he was like, if you stay here, if you do this again, I'll fucking kill you. She said it right to her fucking face. She was like, if you do this again, I'll kill your fucking ass. He just threatened her directly to his fucking face, like very seriously. He was like, I will kill your fucking ass. And she left like 6 hours later. Wouldn't you? She was gone. She was like, nope. I'm not gonna be. I'm not like we were in love, I think, but there's certain things you just don't put up with, like bodily threats to kill you, stuff like that. And I feel shame for putting her in that situation, but I didn't put her in that situation. He did. So like that, you know, and so. You know, and so when I relapsed when I understood I had been clean for 2 years, and I relapsed when I understood that I'd lost her permanently and she was with someone else now, you know. I was like, oh, that's what I would do too if someone threatened to kill me and I left, you know. I'd just get with someone else, I guess. I mean, our relationship was over. I didn't see her for 4 months or something, and then she got with someone else. And that was because I was a drug addict, but it was also because he threatened to kill her. She was willing to stay around there and help me get out of that situation. She was helping me. She stayed with me there for 10 months, and she was ready to do it. She was ready to nest and be in love, maybe even get married or something. But no, he threatened to kill her, so she left. You know, that's for no reason. We hadn't paid rent, I guess. But I mean, the owner of the house didn't care that we hadn't paid rent. He did not mind, you know. It was entirely in this psycho's head, you know. So then, you know, it was just bad. So I relapse, and I tell them, and I report to my probation officer, and I'm like, I just smoked methamphetamine for like 2 days, and I relapsed because I lost my girlfriend, and I'm calling to tell you that I'm not suicidal or fucked up, and I shouldn't be on suicide watch or anything, but I did fuck up and I relapsed. And he was like, dude, you've been great for a solid 2 years. You are my best client. It is okay. The first thing he said is, he was like, you are my best client. You have not violated probation before. You are the easiest easiest client I've got. You are okay. I'm going to go to bat for you. And he was like, I am sorry you lost your girlfriend, and I'm sorry this man assaulted you. I sent them the pictures of the assault, and I was like, this is what happened to me this weekend. And he was like, I'm sorry this happened to you, and I can't do anything about it if they won't file an assault charge on him. So I'm sorry that happened, but we're going to do something for you here. And he did. He spoke for me. He was like, yeah, you could throw this man in jail for 10 years, or you could just understand that he lost his girlfriend and got high one day. You know, that's pretty much what he said in court. And that was my probation officer went to bat for me. He was like, you can send this guy to jail for 10 years, but you shouldn't. He just got high one day because he lost his girlfriend permanently. And you know, and he was assaulted. And I was like, thank you, sir. You know, they went to bat for me because they should have, because I should have been there in the first fucking place. It felt like that movie, The Terminal. I never should have been in the system in the first fucking place, all the way through the whole thing. I never felt like I was ever guilty of anything but a goddamn, like maybe some drug dealing and stuff. But overall, like, you know, mostly like fucking speeding. I was mostly a law-abiding citizen most of my life. I did not break rules unless I needed to or wanted to. I didn't go looking to be a bad person, you know? So then, like, you know, so I relapsed and they put me on probation violation tip, and they're like, okay, you violated probation and dropped the dirty UA, and you told us first, so we're going to work with you. Thank God you told us first, or we would have fucked your ass and taken you to prison for 10 years, you know? I was like, okay. And so then, like, you know, and then they're like, okay, well, so we're going to put you on supervised probation for 2 more years. And I was like, oh, cool, I've been on probation for 5. On non-felony charges. I've been on probation for 5 years. I was so looking to get off. You know, all I did was smoke meth right at the end of 5 years of perfect probation or something like that. And they were like, nope, you're going to have 2 more years of probation, but we're going to go soft on you. You have been our best case. I was like, okay, cool. So then they were nice about it. They let me transfer to a different state and all this other stuff. And eventually at the end, the last year, they did unsupervised, which was actually so nice. I didn't even have to go, or I did actually. It was supervised, but it was unsupervised in the respect that I only had to go down and drop a piss test once a month for 12 months, right? The last year was only 1 piss test once a month for 12 months. Right? But before that, for 5 years, I had to go down to the piss test joint every Thursday for 5 years. It was like church. And that was for someone else's drugs. No shit, no lie. That was for someone else's drugs.
It's easy to embrace hopelessness.
Yep.
And
so I embraced hopelessness in there at the end. And I remember when I finally did have the rock bottom moment. I had just taken a shower and I was feeling healthy and alive, and I slept for so much. I was just sleeping for like 12 hours a day and then watching television and, you know, just like vaping and stuff and just like, you know, just sitting there and collecting my thoughts and being like, where do I go from here? I could go back to the streets. I'm done with this place. I don't have any friends left. I don't have a lover left. I don't have a family really. I don't have any hope. You know, and I was sitting there in that motel, just lying in the bed, butt fucking naked in my fucking, like, my air conditioned room, and I was just like lying there thinking about it. And I just ordered Chinese because they gave me a stipend for food, and I was like, okay, and I was like, wow, I haven't had fast food in 2 years or something like that. So I ordered Chinese, and I'm watching fucking Bloodsport, like the 80s or something like that. I don't like the 80s, but I do lots of 80s things. It's kind of funny. And so then, like, you know, and I'm sitting there, I'm watching Bloodsport, and I'm like, what's the fucking difference between him and me? I think I would go toe-to-toe with him in a cell. I don't think there's a difference. Even now, with my potato shitty body, I think I've got the resolve to win a fight against Jean-Claude Van Damme if I put my fucking mind to it. Doesn't matter what the opponent is anymore. I've got no natural opposition on this planet anymore. I put the last one in fucking jail for 2.5 years for fucking with me. I've got no real opposition left, and I never will. And so now I'm like, okay, well, now I'm strong. And I had this like awakening thing. I was like, okay, I don't need to be this Jean-Claude Van Damme type. I don't need the body. I don't need the focus. I don't need the fame. I don't need the money or the clout. I'm going to go do what I always should have done, which is pursue a career doing something in video games. And I as Bloodsport ended, I was like, I'm going to become a streamer. I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna fucking rob a bank if I have to, and I'm gonna buy a computer. I'll do something. I'll get the $3,000 it's gonna take to buy a good computer. And it played out so fucking crazy. I want to write a book about this, and I want to tell you the title, but I might actually write the book, and I don't want to tell you the title because someone will steal it, right? But I have a really good title for this fucking book. It really is such a good title. It's a title for the ages. I have such a good title for this book. I mean, I'll say it. I don't care. Well, no, I won't. It's mine. I don't want other people to know it. It's mine. I want to write a book about all this. The surviving COVID. You know, and that's not the name of the book, but that's the fucking theme of the book is surviving COVID, right? Because it wasn't COVID for me. It was the destruction of my empire that I had built. It was the destruction of my friends. It was violence against my personal body. It was like attacks and physical attacks. It was the death threats and the murder attempt on my lover and myself. It was not my lover, but you know, like whatever, my ex-girlfriend, whatever the fuck you want to call it, like my ex-girlfriend, whatever, or whatever, my best friend, whatever you want to call it. We have a complicated relationship or whatever. We don't have a complicated relationship anymore. He threatened to kill her and terrify the shit out of her until she left. So we don't have that anymore. We don't have a love relationship anymore. She learned that if she's around me, she might receive death threats from the psychos that hang around me, which is true. So yeah, you know, I can't argue that one. So yeah, let her go. I was like, yep, I can't argue with that one. I can't, like, you know, so, but now I don't have psychos around me anymore, and I've been getting better and all this. And so, like, you know, and, well, I do have psychos around me, but not in my personal life, and never will, you know, never will again. I'm never letting any drug people around me ever again. I'm not letting pigs around me ever again. I'm not breaking the law ever again. Not ever being homeless again. I'm not, you know, whatever. Well, I might be if all this is stolen from me or something, but, you know, whatever. I don't know what the future holds, but I know that I will never be weak again. I will never leave myself open to the system again. I will never leave myself open to another human being again. I got strapped up. I got safe. I got dogs and safety and shit. I addressed the idea that a man might come and try, or men might come and try and kill me, and I addressed those things. And it's weird because any threats that came after that were like fucking like little pussy farts, you know, little queefs. When I heard them, I was like, motherfucker, I done put a fucking killer in jail already, and I've got guns and dogs and shit. I'm not issuing a challenge. I'm saying that other shittier people than you already tried and failed, and now I'm not scared of it anymore. Sorry, no disrespect to your stalker piece of shit ass like him or whatever. But I mean, like, whatever. No disrespect to you, but I mean, I've been through a lot more than you, and I'm not paying attention to you. So now, like, you know, and now I'm strong. I'm strong like Jean-Claude Van Damme in Bloodsport, and I've got to take on every crazy best country's fighter in the world, and I'm not scared of that. They could be gamers. I'm not scared of it. Maybe it could be like that. You guys ever considered that a really good game might come where they're like, okay, you're the forces of America against the rest of the world, and you guys got to prove your international dominance and it's international rust, and it's on the planet Earth, and you're in America, and you live in Denver, Colorado, so you're based in Denver, Colorado, and you've got to build bases in Denver, Colorado. If you want to take the war to them, you better get to producing ships and all this stuff, and guess what? Russia's just attacked Ukraine. What are you gonna do about it? Are you a badass enough dude to save Ukraine? Yes, I am, right? And I wonder sometimes if it might end up being like Ender's fucking platoon on fucking Ender's game. You know what I'm saying? Where I end up with like these global people following me around because of my ideals and all this shit. And I was like, what is the fucking difference between me and Bloodsport? There isn't. I would take on the entire fucking world. I've been attacked for no reason for so long by so many people and so many fucking entities for no good goddamn reason at all that I'm ready to just take them all the fuck on. All of them. Not afraid of them and don't care anymore. Yeah, you done fucked me for no reason for so long now that we got bad blood. Now we got bad blood. I got bad blood with the human race, you know? So I think sometimes I might actually be in the fucking top 100 and be running an American platoon. I've done it before! In World of Warcraft. I ran top 10 in the world. I ran top 10 in the world of World of Warcraft. I have been top 10 in the world of Warcraft. I absolutely have. I've done it before. So I live my life like that still. I still live my life like I might have to be Bloodsport. I don't like that. And I don't think it's physically a reality anymore, but mentally and spiritually and emotionally, I am goddamn Bloodsport. I'll take on any goddamn fighter. I'll take on my father. I'll take on the government. I'll take on the right wing. I'll take anybody. I don't fucking care. I don't care. And I knew it that night. I was like, yep, all right. Gonna go and be a fucking streamer and go chase like being a video game person for the rest of my fucking life like I always should have done, instead of trying to fuck with the real world, right? And now I'm gonna sing another punker song from a beloved person, right? Credit in the Straight World by Hole. And I know nobody likes Courtney Love, but I do. I fucking love Courtney Love with all my heart and soul. I would marry her if she wasn't 20 years older than me. I love Courtney Love. Trust me, I do. I fucking love Courtney Love. I don't care. So I'm going to sing you an old punker song called Credit in the Straight World, which I don't have and never have. So now I'm ready to sock the fucking world in the fucking face in their stupid right-wing fucking fascist, truncheon, fucking goose-stepping asshole fucking faces, right? Ready to punch them in their fucking face. I don't care, right? I mean, not physically, but just, metaphorically, right? And so, and how I intend to do so is old punk songs by people that I love and that you hate, right? Like Courtney Love, right? So... And I will away, your highness, I'm so high I cannot walk. And I will awake, you cripple, you take away my time, my peace, my empathy. No babies sleep on atrophy, your unborn love and fetals dress my bitter candy, fated less caress. Go for credit in the straight world. Look a dealer in the eye. Go for credit in the real world. Won't you try? I got some credit in the straight world. No, I don't. I never will. I lost a leg. I lost an eye. Go for credit in the real world. You will die. Die. It's the credit in the straight world. Leave your money when you die. Lots of credit in the real world gets you high. Right? And I knew, right? So all the time that I had credit in the real world was all the way up until that day, until that Bloodsport day. I had lots of credit in the real world and I could still get high with everybody, right? The minute that my credit in the real world ended, and it was just gone. And it was that day that I was watching Bloodsport and I hit rock bottom, right? I stopped getting high and I don't have any credit in the real world anymore. I don't have it any more than I lost. And now I've lost a leg and I've lost a third eye. And I go for credit in the real world. You'll die. That's how I feel. So I just don't care about what they want to do or say or what attacks they want to make about me. I don't care what they think about what I say. I don't care if they kill me. You guys already done rape me and fuck me so many goddamn times. I don't care. Don't care. I don't care if you want to attack me because you're a piece of worthless shit. Don't care. It's been so bad for so long. Get in line, bitch. Yeah, it's been a train for 50 years or whatever. Yeah, get in line. And
yet, it's actually just a matter of time until all of the elements come together for things to be.
It's been an ass blasting for 40 years. It's been an ass blasting for 40 years. Get in line. It's a big old glory hole. My butt's spread open. Get in line. You think you want to attack me? Yeah. Yeah. You really want to sock the toddler, huh?
I mean, I believe that
the guy who never ever did really have anything.
Most difficult situations will resolve themselves if you are.
Yeah. And so he's got his little rock bottom thing. My rock bottom story is much worse because his rock bottom story is like, he became a very successful film star. My rock bottom story is everybody fucked me for no reason. And now I'm just happy again. That's it. There's no money or success or anything. I have no credit in the straight world at all. I don't care about it either. And so, I don't care what they think, I had someone the other day posted some YouTube video for something like that. Here's some people who don't like you. And I was like, oh, but see, I don't care what they think. I didn't even respond to him, in terms of hey, thanks. Oh, I think I did. I thought it was like, hey, thanks, buddy. But but problem is, I don't care what they think.
Persistent.
Not even to watch it, I don't care. Don't care.
You don't.
I've been fucked so many times for no reason. I don't care what they think.
Give up entirely, and that's what I never did.
Yeah. And so I hit rock bottom and I was like, never again. I will never be victimized ever again for no reason, never again. No.
Do you still get urges to do?
I'll put all the next comers in jail. I don't care. I've made efforts to do so. I've opened very serious cases and provided all the evidence and every single point of contact and all that. Hundreds of points of contact in my stalker case and all this. I'm dead serious. I opened up the cases and I'm seeking federal charges and all this. And and I'm dead serious. I will take all comers. I don't care for what. All I'm trying to do is sit here and talk. That's it. You guys just want to hurt me and hurt me and hurt me all the time for no fucking reason. I warned you over and over and over again. I have PTSD. I'm not the one. Go hassle Destiny or something who wants your fucking attention. I don't. I don't care.
Even an inkling of a desire. It's not that difficult to overcome these seemingly ghastly problems. What's hard is to decide.
That thing that you're wearing around your neck.
Yes.
Being as you are obviously known as being Iron Man, are you concerned with wearing a large thing in the exact same spot?
Life is funny because
Nope. And that's funny. I didn't know that he had a like a survivor's trinket or whatever you call this. It's like survivor's proof, right? But I keep this ring. I have since that Bloodsport day. The next day, I got on my credit card thing on my Amazon, and I ordered a ring to the hotel. This ring. And I was like, this ring represents this like change in me where I'm like, I'm not going to fuck around with the system anymore. I'm not going to fuck around with violent, idiot, right-wing morons anymore. Not unless they fucking force me to put them in jail or something. I'm not ever touching them or talking to them ever again. I'm fucking like getting near them or in the same room or anything like that. I'm done with that shit. I'm done with it. I'm not ever doing that in my life again. I did it all my life. I was this left-wing, extremely left-wing punker who got along with every right-winger that he met totally fine because I like guns, But that doesn't mean I like the right wing, at all. So, but I like guns and I own guns, so, whatever. So, call that the middle of the road or call it fucking woke or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But I'm a motherfucker who believes in gun control and I believe in gun rights and I believe in guns all at once. I believe in the right to abortion. I don't like abortion. I don't want them all at once. All this crazy stuff. I believe that I've been victimized too much. Now it's time to actually turn around and fucking get these people back and put them in jail. All this stuff, right? And I believe it's only right. And so continue to fuck with me and, play stupid games and get stupid prizes.
I ever got fitted for the RT, so it was more of art.
Yeah. And I put on the ring and I was like, who my story reminds me of is motherfucking Jesse Pinkman. But boy, I wish it reminded me of Frodo, right? You know what story I respect a lot more than Jesse Pinkman? Is Frodo. Carrying the world's curse, the world's burden of their sins around his fucking neck. Hiding from the shadow as they constantly attack me for no good goddamn reason at all as I try to chill in the fucking Shire. And I will take it to the fucking mountain and I will drop the ring in if I have to kill you. So understand, not kill you. I'm being metaphorical, not kill you. I'm talking about like win the prize or get the kill or whatever verifiable, get the pussy or whatever, whatever it is, right away in the sunset, whatever your fucking idea of victory is, victory, right? Victory is what I meant. And so and I don't care who listens. I don't care who watches. I don't care if they pay me. I like it if they do. And hey, come to my channel and sub to me, guys, and follow me. I like it when they do, but I don't care. That's the difference. Because when you've just been treated like the world's, the shit under the world's shoe your entire fucking life for no fucking reason, you kind of stop caring.
Ball stuff I was doing anyway.
Even more interesting because maybe you were born to be Iron Man because Iron Man obviously had that.
Iron Man sucked.
Loosely.
What was good? What was genuinely one of the best performances of that fucking era? Robert Downey Jr. in opposite him for the Zodiac. The Zodiac.
Destiny.
His performance in Zodiac was so faceted and so good and so true to form to something that happened in real life that I thought it was 100 times the performance of all 3 of the crappy Iron Man movies that I don't like. Basically CGI fest with battles, you know? If I wanted that, I'd go play video games. Get a fucking clue, MCU universe. If I wanted a bunch of like fucking cool CG battles, I would go actually interactively engage in them by going and playing Battlefield 5 or something, you know? I don't need you to show me a bunch of CGI battles. I can go get that in a video game.
And what's incredible is how far
and I can't play your movie, but I can play the video game. Which one do you think I'm going to choose? So yeah, death to the MCU.
field you can go from it and still find your way back.
It was unacceptable what you did to Hollywood television, movies, and music.
This concept of things just sort of falling into place. I'm a big believer in that too. What is that though? Is that you getting out of your own way?
Isn't that 70% of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say it's 70% maintenance of what can I do to do my part to stay out of the way. And then the other part, I always think of it as like this little super thin...
I really love that quote, actually. That is what I am doing. It's like I'm trying to get out of my own way. I'm trying to get out of my own way. I am self-destructive with drugs. I'm self-destructive with women. I'm self-destructive with relationships that are one-sided or one way. I'm disassociative like a drug addict. Like I like receding into a dark room for 6 days and disappearing and not even eating meals and stuff like that. I don't, that's like my idea of heaven. And I'm weird. I'm weird. I've always been weird like that. And so so most of the time I just try to get out of my own way. Like conquering the anger last year, it took me 2 years of primal screaming on my stream all day about Streamlabs, anything that came up. Streamlabs, Stream Sniper, fucking bullshit, clan problems, fucking racism, idiots on TV or anything. I just primal screamed about anything for like 2 years, trying to do something like at least making some headway towards at least getting some control over my fucking rage, my anger. I'm Mr. Rager. I'll go off and fucking scream at anybody in this world. I don't care. So now,
big believer in that too.
Yeah, so now I just try to get out of my own way. I try to not cook my own anger like bacon in a fucking fire until the bacon grease catches fire and sets the pan on fire and blows up the fucking kitchen, and I want to wipe out the fucking Republican president and shit like that, right? And I just try to, I just try to calm the fuck down, right? I understand that that's me getting in my own way. And I don't need it to do anything. The trash will obviously take itself out. To quote the great Swifty.
What is that, though? Is that you getting out of your own way?
Isn't that 70% of it?
Yeah.
It's 70% of it. Yeah, I'd say like the first thing the Bloodsport night, I was like, okay, I'm gonna wear the ring. I'm gonna order it right now, and I'm gonna wear it like a fucking badge of honor, and I don't get to take it off unless I keep my promise to myself, which is to stop getting in my way. That was pretty much what it was. Stop getting in my way. Stop being self-destructive. Stop like going around psychos and expecting anything different. Stop stop going around right-wingers and not expecting psycho, like etc. And I'm just And that's where I'm at now. It's
Yeah, I'd say it's 70% maintenance of what can I do to do my part to stay out of the way.
Yep.
And then the other part, I always think of it as like this little super thin, invisible thread, but you can feel the tug, and you just you have to be really gentle. You have to pause when agitated, and you have to go for it when you go there's 4 walls in here. Which one has the map behind it? It's that one. And you knock down the wall and it's there,
Yeah, what is that though? That's a
synchronicity?
Yeah.
It's synchronicity.
Intuition?
No, it is intuition. He's right. That is the correct word for it. But no, it's faith. It's having the faith that that you've made the right choice in the four rooms will make the room the right choice. If you put it out to the universe and you have faith that what you choose is the right choice, it will become the right choice.
I don't know.
Now, it might not happen right then,
It's the big I don't know. And I really feel, it's so funny.
I didn't want to be some stupid motivational speaker, and I don't like this fucking crap. Don't think that I do. I don't like this video. I'm suffering through this, honestly, because I feel that it is a point that I don't know. I'm trying to learn something from it, but I don't like videos like this, and I don't like self-help, and I don't like psychiatry, and I don't think they have the options. I don't think they have the fucking the answers, and I don't think they have the same fucking strength is just full-blown faith in yourself, you know? And that is something I feel that I am strong in. I don't like fucking self-help. It might have seemed like I'm making constant self-help speeches all the time, and I'm sure I probably come across like that, but I'm actually just trying to keep the stream fucking full of words, honestly. And so it ends up being self-help speeches most of the time. Like, I expect you better. I expect better of you. I expect mighty things, like NASA. Do you know what NASA's logo is? Expect mighty things. Where did we stop being that as Americans? When did we start attacking other gamers? When did we start attacking our own people and our own communities and all this? When did we start, like, attacking each other and all this? Like, it's like, come on, man. I have 9+ notifications. Oh, yeah, all the likes and everything. Oh, yeah, hells yeah.
You know, kind of middle-aged and all that. Well, I know I'm going to fly around the world and I'm going to sell some soap. And I know I have a new project, and I know I've just retired my jersey on this 12-year journey I've been on. And how do I want to start? And it came up, how would you like it? I go, yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to go have the Joe Rogan experience and kick off this year and this season and this new chapter by doing what I love. I think part of the reason I'm still so interested, not just in life, but also, you know, getting to do what I do, is I'm a fan. I love movies. I love creativity. I love music. I love culture. And the fact that I actually have a place in it while I'm observing it and digging it is like, it's an honor.
Even though he has a whole lot of money, even though he's Iron Man, dude, here's the deal. He's still nice. My daughter is 4 years old, and she says, Daddy, don't you know Iron Man? Can't you hook it up? It's my birthday. Can he come to my birthday? Can you make it happen, Daddy? And this is at his height. This is when everything is going. And I text him and I said, listen, man, my daughter, you know, she loves Iron Man. If you got time, you know what I'm saying, you know, if you stop by. And this is the day before her birthday. It's Saturday. Sunday is the birthday. He texts back. He says, is 12
noon good?
Noon good?
Yeah, another thing I don't like to tell people, I'll tell the stream, but I don't tell anyone in my personal life this. Here's a secret for you guys in the stream, okay? Nobody in my personal life knows this. Nobody does. I don't tell them. Right? That same day that I kind of like donned the ring, I also made a promise to myself and to the universe. I was like, if you look out for me so I can provide stability for the people that have been hurt by the cold, my friends that have been hurt by the cold, so I can look out for them, if you give me some way to save my friends, right? I said I'll make an agreement with you. I'll never say no to anybody for anything. And I haven't. I've been clean now 3.5 years, and every single time someone asked me for anything, I just said yes. There was one time that I said no because it would have fucked up someone else's life first, first before it fucked up mine, right? So I said no because of someone else, but I have fixed it now where the next time they ask, I can say yes, you know? And but I had to say no this year to something that was very important to me. But but I have said yes to everything else. But the only reason I said no was because it was someone else's life that it was going to affect, not mine. You know. So I was like, okay, I'm going to say no to this one because it's their life, not mine, you know? I don't want to play God with their life or whatever, so I'm going to say no to this one. But every time anybody ever asks me for anything, I say yes. There's only a couple times I've said no. Another time that I said no is recently one of my community asked me if I ever could reopen lines of communication, and I said, I'm sorry, no. I've said I'm sorry, no to like 5 people. That's another time that I've said no. But I have to do that because of other people. I told you, it's because of other people. I want to be a YouTube star, not a Twitch star. So I have to put 14 hours of video on YouTube every day, long form, for like years and years and years if I want to have a career here. I have to muscle my way in, because I'm not going to take their monetization or their collaborations or their clout or even their chat. I'm going to do it entirely all by myself, right? And so I knew immediately, like, it was going to be like Twitch was going to be very difficult for me to pay attention to, very difficult to do the chat, very difficult to do the distractions in these fucking soliloquies. I don't want them. Like, I do these long fucking 10-minute soliloquies and shit like this, 20, 30, 40 minutes sometimes. I've no interruptions, nothing, barely even breathing, right? And I don't want interruptions. It's actually on my warning for my chat and all this. And so I had to tell a bunch of people no this year that I totally spaced. I did say no to a lot of people. But the difference is, when I said no to them, I said something else. I said, I wish I had a better, more positive answer for you, and I will try to work towards that positive answer. Right? And I was like, it's not a total no, but it's no right now. You know, it's a no right now because it's other people's lives. It's other people's interests. If I poison the video with constant chatter with my chat, I become them. I can't be them. I can't be Asmongold if I'm constantly, well, not Asmongold. Asmongold doesn't even really pay attention to his chat. I'm talking about, like, you know, Pokemon or something like that, or Sniper Wolf, or I don't know, Johnny, or I don't know, like who's a good really active streamer with his community, like Destiny and stuff like that, or you know, Hassan Abi. Like, I don't want to be them. I don't want the chat skewing the videos. To me, they're like these lifelong works of art that I've spent 20 years perfecting the skill to even do any of this stuff, which is fucking crazy. I did not become a speechcraft artist who can string an hour of hot air together like this, like out of nowhere. It was years of writing and work and all this other stuff and all this, and it's very difficult to keep like I don't like dead air. You know, I'll do it sometimes just to show them that I can do it. But I don't like dead air. I never have. I don't like dead air. I'll fucking keep talking like this about nothing, like Seinfeld, all day long about nothing. We could talk about Seinfeld. How do you guys like Seinfeld, etc.? You know, I like Robert Downey Jr., but I don't like fucking Iron Man. And I wish they weren't using Iron Man as a fucking example for everybody's fucking hero, because Iron Man was a richer douchebag. Richie McRicherton, fucking Richie Rich McRicherton douchebag, and I'm gonna go with a work of art that I thought I had higher esteem for, which was the Venture Brothers and their appraisal of Iron Man, which I trust a lot more than I do myself, which is, my power is a great deal of money. And that's how I think of Iron Man, is my powers are a great deal of money. It's like Trump. Of course they love Iron Man. Fuck Iron Man.
And totally closed, because I don't believe it is.
Fuck Scrooge McDuck.
Oh, you guys can go.
Fuck Richie Rich.
Time now.
Well, let me ask,
motherfucker, is that really the fucking, like, the ideal that you think everybody's gonna live up to? Especially the lower and the middle class? You think we're all gonna be Richie McRichertons? No. What kind of fucking idol is Iron Man? I have so much money, I have encased it in semen and used it as a suit to protect my skin. It is a case made of money and semen, and it keeps me totally impervious to everything but money. I have a very bad weakness for money. My powers are a lot of money. I really don't like Iron Man, and I wish this wasn't the example that you used.
if I pick the jersey back up and put it on, wouldn't you feel a little bit like, oh,
no.
crap?
No.
Oh.
I love you as Iron Man, so
I don't. I did not think he was a good Iron Man. I thought he was hackneyed and bad at it. Now, his serious roles, like Zodiac and such, or what else has he done? I've seen a bunch of stuff with him recently. Let's look at Robert Downey Jr.'s discography? No. Filmography? Yeah, filmography, right? The filmography. So let's start at the top and move down back in time. Okay? Bad, good, don't know. Bad, don't know. No, this is good. This is good. I haven't watched this yet. This is a good movie. My mother just recommended that I watch this movie tonight, actually. She was like, go and watch The Judge with Robert Downey Jr. and Vincent D'Onofrio and all that. And so I know this is good. If she made the recommendation, I'm certain it is. So no, bad, bad, don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know if due date's bad, but yeah, bad. Maybe, don't know. Bad. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to insult Robert Downey Jr. I'm trying to say Robert Downey Jr. is really fucking good at his job, and I really love his work, and I love him every time I see him and all that, right? But the movies were bad. It is not his fault. He was not the director. Keep that in mind. These movies were not good. So, but Tropic Thunder was good. That's a good one. That's a genuinely good movie. I'm sure this is a good movie. I won't call it bad. I think the original Iron Man was average. Charlie Bartlett, I don't know. Lucky You, I don't know. Zodiac is one of the best movies of the last 20 years. And now we get to where his good stuff, right? Fur was fucking amazing. A Scanner Darkly was fucking amazing. The Shaggy Dog was fucking amazing. The Guide to Recognizing Your Saints was fucking amazing. Hubert Selby Jr., It'll Be a Better Tomorrow. I don't know. I haven't seen it. Good Night and Good Luck. I don't know. Oh, no, this was good. This was super good. This was so good. This was so good. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, post 2008 is when he stopped making movies in 2008 until he sold out to the MCU. Gothica was good. Charles Chaplin was super good. The Singing Detective was super fucking good. Wonder Boys was super good. They're all good. All this stuff, right? There's this point in his career. U.S. Marshals was even good. All of it was good. Gingerbread, Hugo Pool, all of this stuff was super fucking good. There's this period where he dropped off because of the drug addiction, right about Gothica, something like that. 2004, when everything got bad. That's about when I started first doing hard drugs too, right? About 3 years after 9/11, somewhat. I think everyone started doing meth after 9/11. I don't know why. Or what was his shit? 7 Gram Rocks? No, that was Charlie Sheen. This guy was, I think, drinking, right? Yeah, I think he was drinking. So, but you understand, there's this period where they all say he could, like, understand, before 2004, he was one of our best living actors. The minute that he had the breakdown and he got clean, he started showing up in all of the movies that I think are like right around 2008, past 2008. Stinkers, all of them. There's like one good out of every 10 suddenly, right? One good out of every 10 or something like that. And I'm sorry, but I feel that the MCU was a disaster for him. I think him becoming Iron Man was actually terribly fucking bad for his career. Terribly bad. If you look at this is like, I'm serious. I really think Iron Man was fucking terrible for his career. It's like, look, all of these were almost all really amazingly received movies. All of these. Weird Science is one of my favorite fucking movies of all fucking time. I'm dead fucking serious. Like, you know, like seriously, like all of these. The Pickup Artist. There's so many good fucking movies here all the way through. All of it. All the way. Soap Dish. All of it. All of this stuff was Natural Born Killers was my favorite movie for like 15 years. And he was super good in it too. He was so good. Richard III. I mean, look, and then MCU came along and he got sober, and suddenly we have utter 20 or 30 pieces of crap. Right here, right about 2007, we got bad. You know, pretty much, except for Oppenheimer and like The Judge, and are like the only redeemables here. As I would say that the Iron Man itself was originally probably a pretty good movie because they had to establish the lore, but I didn't like the sequels. I wanted to like Iron Man 2 because I thought it was actually fun to watch, but I didn't like it. That's the difference. It was a movie about money. It was about having too much money and how it makes you powerful and good, and I just didn't agree with the fucking message. Maybe I'm just too goddamn communist or something. I don't know, but that fucking pro-money message is like, what was that? That was me dying as I fell on the box? Oh, well, come on, get back up again so I can eat. Please, please, please. Get back up. Oh, I don't want to run all the way back here. It's so annoying. Damn it. Alright. So annoying. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, I mean, that's not bad. Yeah. We're getting really good at hardcore. So I'm like, yeah, so they all talk about, oh, he never would have been Iron Man, because that's where he made all his money, right? But recall that he made like 50 Academy-nominated films before that, and recall that none of those films that he suddenly got clean for actually were nominated. None of them were. And so I think him getting clean maybe actually wasn't so good. And that sucks, but I'm the friend, I'm really the before rehab friend, you know? I'm the before rehab friend. I'm really not the after rehab friend. I really don't approve of people getting clean, kind of. It's not, you know? I think if they were getting fucked up in the first place ritually, I think that's probably part of their personality, and I don't think they should stop. Especially if it's like, you know, lifelong. But that's just me. I don't know. I guess I'm anti-AA and I'm pro-relapse, I guess. You listen to me. But I really believe that if you believed in liquor and drugs as a way to get through your life like I did for 28 years or something like that, or 38 years or 48 years like him, I don't know how natural it is for you to just full-blown cold turkey. I did it, but I don't know if it's natural. You know, I think it had a lot of costs. I think it was kind of bad for me to just cold turkey like that. It was just sort of bad. But I did it, and I'm happy I did it or whatever. But I'm just saying, it's not that natural. So, and if you look at the movies post relapse and getting rock bottom and getting clean, he was not nominated for many Oscars. Before the relapse, or sorry, before the rock bottom, he had been nominated 50 or 60 times. So I'm thinking that the Robert Downey Jr. on liquor, and I'm sorry, I kind of am a Trailer Park Boys type guy. I am kind of pro liquor and pro drugs. If you didn't hear the whole I'm pro heroin, pro methamphetamine, pro legalization thing on my stream, I'm just going to beat that fuck the DEA and fuck the war on drugs thing into the ground. I'll just fuck it to death, right? But I mean, I'm dead serious about this. I'm really not kind of for somebody who abused liquor and drugs their entire life to quit. I think they have been coping for too long with it. And I think once they don't have that, I think their work gets shittier. And I think their presentation gets shittier. And I think they get healthier and happier and cleaner. And they have better relationships and all this. And it's better for their lives. But I don't think it's better for their work. I really don't think it's better for their work. I'm sorry. I have just listened to too many heroin albums compared to clean albums. And too many heroin directors as compared to clean directors, and too many heroin actors compared to too many clean actors. And I just really feel that if you want to damage your work, get clean. I think something that drugs and alcohols do for us that has to be acknowledged that it is a benefit is it breaks down your inhibitions, which is something that is sort of helpful to, say, a public figure, a celebrity, or an actor. And while I do believe it is really proper to not do drugs and alcohol in excess, and that you should live a healthy lifestyle now that we know how, you know, and that living in excess to drugs is really terrible. But I mean, if you were a druggy drinker your whole life, I don't know how natural that is for you to just be like, all right, I'm sober now. I don't know how much I believe you. Don't know how many relapses aren't spoke about. I don't know about, you don't know the hardships people don't speak of is how I think of that, you know? I'm just saying, I'm really more of a before rehab friend. I'm the before rehab friend who gets you to cut snowblind in your cocaine phase as, Ozzy. Fucking Black Sabbath, right? I'm really not the, did somebody steal my beer? Era of Ozzy. I'm much more the snowblind era of Black Sabbath. I very much am like a party rock star god, like a dope god or something. I really am like that kind of. It's really deep in my personality and it's never going away. So I say the things that I actually believe. I did not approve of, let's put it that way. I didn't socially approve of Robert Downey Jr. getting sober because his work sucked. And it suffered from it. Like even like the Zodiac was pre Rock Bottom, and it was goddamn, his performance in it was like the best portrayal of a shut-in Hunter S. Thompson type who's stumbled on a conspiracy and doesn't know what to do, and he's drunk and he's dysphoric and he takes no joy in anything, and his face is deadpan. I felt he was such a goddamn better actor in Zodiac than Iron Man 1. And they said, oh, look, he never would have had Iron Man 1 without that rock bottom and getting clean and all that, right after Zodiac and all that. And I was like, yeah, but I liked Zodiac. I didn't like Iron Man. And yeah, all those celebrities and all those people and all the people on the streets that you make fun of for getting high all the time and all this, right? Yeah, those celebrities and all those heroes and people that you make fun of and you look up to, real fucking high on drugs. That's Bill Burr. Sorry, not Bill Burr. Bill Hicks. Excuse me. Bill Hicks. That's a Bill Hicks quote. Yeah, like you might not like drugs. You really might not like the fact that Robbie Downey Jr. was a drug addict and a drunk, cocaine and all that, and you might not like that about him. But I mean, boy, the work for 50 years that he gave us when he was in that way was some of Hollywood's best ever. And I mean, the list is right here. It's right here. All this shit is goddamn dynamite. Greaser's Palace, Pound, and Up the Academy, Baby's You, Tough Turf. All this stuff is so fucking good. Johnny Be Good, Less Than Zero. Oh my god, some of this stuff was so fucking good. Less Than Zero. I've been looking for this movie for years. I forgot. This was, okay, Less Than Zero was such a fucking formative movie for me. I saw it when I was like 6 or 7 years old, and I was like, oh my god, this is the coolest any human has ever fucking been. And I was like, I want to be these people when I grow up. The plot to it was like Clay Easton is a straight-laced college freshman on the East Coast of the United States who returns home to Los Angeles for Christmas to find things very different from the way he left them. His high school girlfriend and now model Blair has become addicted to cocaine and has been having sex with Clay's high school best friend Julian Wells. Julian, whose life has gone downhill after his startup record company fell apart, has become a drug addict. He has also been cut off by his family for stealing to support his habit and reduced to homelessness. Julian is also being hassled by his dealer, a former classmate named Rip, for a debt of $50,000 that he owes to him. Clay's relationship with Blair rekindles and Julian's behavior becomes more volatile. His addiction is worsening, and since he doesn't have the money to pay off his debt, Rip forces him to become a prostitute to work it off. After suffering through a night of overdose and hiding from Rip, Julian decides to quit and begs his father to help him and all this stuff, right? I won't ruin it, the ending, but this was some of Robert Downey Jr.'s best fucking work. It was so good. Who was the lead in this, though? I think it was Andrew McCarthy was the lead, but Robert Downey Jr. plays Julian. And these kids, I have spent my entire fucking life trying to be these kids. This movie shaped a goddamn generation. It absolutely did. The same way that those kids think that Iron Man shaped a generation, I think Less Than Zero shaped a generation. You know, I really feel that. I believe this. And a true believer, chances are, Air America. You guys remember Air America? There's him on the cover with motherfucking Mel Gibson and shit. Like I see the era of cocaine, Rat Pack, Robert Downey Jr. and I say, boy, I'm glad you got sober, and boy, I'm wearing the ring like you. I'm wearing the ring like Frodo, and I'm carrying it to the fucking mountain. I'm tossing it into the lava before I put it on again. You know what I'm saying? I'm wearing the ring, and I'm taking it to the lava, and I'm throwing it in, and I'm not putting the ring back on ever again. I'm not doing it. So like, and I see him with the same fetish or whatever you want to call it, and I'm not surprised, right? And I see a lot of things similar with him, but I know that I was a better person when I was high, and I know that I was having a better life, and I know that I was having more fun, and I know that I had better friends, and I know that I had I was a lot happier, and I made more money, and I was doing better, right? And I feel he was in Hail Caesar, Jesus Christ, like, oh no, that's a different movie, yeah, yeah, so like just saying, so all of this, even up to the later ones, like Restoration was still a really fucking good movie. So was Danger Zone. Even there were like some of these were still so good. Even like late into his career when he was drinking too much, I think. Even like U.S. Marshals was kind of bad, but I still think it was a very formative movie for people. You know. Wesley Snipes opposite Robert Downey Jr. and Tommy Lee Jones and shit. You don't get like lineups like that anymore, right? And then I come to like, you know, his post rock bottom, post sobriety, and I'm like, bad. That one's good. maybe that one's good. I don't know. Bad. Like seriously, like I was like, and this is my opinion. When I say bad, I'm stating my opinion. But my appraisal of his work was, boy, I think actually alcohol and cocaine might have actually been your thing. And I'm glad that you didn't kill yourself on it. And I'm glad you're still with us. And thanks for being still here with us, buddy. But I don't think sobriety is your thing. When you look at this list, I don't think it was. And I think a lot of people would argue with me and say that the most money he ever made was off of Iron Man. But see, a true actor doesn't give a shit about money. And I doubt he does. A true actor doesn't actually give a shit about money. The true actor cares about the reception from the crowd. And I don't know if Iron Man 3 got such a good reception. I'm just saying. So, whatever. Or any of that MCU stuff, I'm just saying. So, I'm sure it did. But, I mean, I think it got reception with kids. I don't know if it got reception with the theater-going masses who are adults. Right? I don't know if I'd call that his best work or whatever. So just, I'm pro cocaine, alcohol. I'm the before rehab friend. I'm the pro alcohol, cocaine Robert Downey Jr. Rat Pack guy. I don't really want him sober here talking to fucking sober what's his name? I can't even remember his name. Seth Rogen, right? I don't want sober Seth Rogen talking to sober fucking Robert Downey Jr.'s talking to sober Robert Downey Jr. I want them both getting high and drunk and talking about the Rat Pack 80s and their juicing and their cocaine. I don't give a shit about about him getting clean. I think that's a good thing. I'm just saying, I don't want you to kill yourself on drugs and dope and in liquor. I don't. That is not my desire here. That's not what I'm after. I'm saying the work that you made when you were drunk and high, I don't think we can get that again. It's a little tragic. I'd like you to channel your drunken, druggy, I'm challenging you to be the drunken, druggy, fucking gonzo self that you are, that I loved you for. I don't recognize your solo fucking, you were always opposite the best actors in Hollywood. You were always opposite the best actors in Hollywood. Not Iron Man. What was that? That was like Don Cheadle's or something like that. And I love Don Cheadle's. Like, really, I love him a lot. But I mean, that's not like the top actor in Hollywood or anything like that, right? And I'm like, man, I don't know. Like, the things that they remember you for, I don't think those were the Oscar-worthy films, The thing is sad, and I think that's because he got sober and kind of let that Rat Pack cocaine thing go to the wayside, like Charlie Sheen, which, I mean, we all do that at the age of 40. I think we kind of do. You're too old at the age of 40 to be pounding lines of cocaine and doing strippers in the butt while you just did a press release party or something like that, I don't think so. That's not really how 40-year-olds should act. They probably got kids by that point and all that. So I'm just saying, but I really am more pro... I'm really more pro pre-rehab Johnny or Robert. I'm really sort of against post-rehab Robert. I'm against post-rehab Robert. I'm pro heroin and rest in peace. Oh God, the Master, right? Who's the Master? It's Who is the Master? It is, The Master, the movie. The Master. Not The Masters, you idiot. The Master. It was Joaquin Phoenix and Philip Seymour Hoffman, right? I approve of Philip Seymour Hoffman on drugs. I don't approve of Philip Seymour Hoffman on sobriety. And apparently I don't think Philip Seymour Hoffman probably approved of it either. So it's sort of weird. I think Capote and Magnolia and Big Lebowski and Scent of a Woman and Boogie Nights and Empire, or not Empire, but all that stuff that he did, Scent of a Woman, Almost Famous and all this, right? I really think Charlie Wilson's War, Gust from Charlie Wilson's War was a role I'll never ever forget, right? Grandmaster Says We'll See. That's him and Philip Seymour Hoffman and Charlie Wilson's War. That's all heroin Philip Seymour Hoffman. I'm really more pre-rehab heroin Philip Seymour Hoffman than I am post rock bottom, getting clean, suicide, overdose Philip Seymour Hoffman. And a lot of my heroes, they got sober around the age of 40 and then went out around 50, something like that, right? Chris Cornell, Scott Weiland, I don't know.
If they opened up this time machine and you popped out, I just imagine the moment where everybody goes fucking crazy. It would be amazing.
It'd be great.
I would love that, but I would also love you hanging it up.
Yep.
It's just, I keep thinking, see clearly. and it's difficult.
Yeah, see, he's talking about this too. He's like, I would love to see the fire that is you on substances. I would rather see him on substances than off substances. And that's probably what the problem initially was, is the world probably likes seeing him on substances more than it likes seeing him sober. He's not stupid. He picked up on this and he acted accordingly, right? So I'm saying it's part of our social pressure that kept him drunk as long as it did. And I'm aware of it. But I also really like drunk goddamn, Robert Downey Jr. I don't like sober Robert Downey Jr. And I'll make my fucking point. I don't care. Do I expect him to get wasted at the age of 59 or something like that and pound a bunch of crack and do strippers and stuff like that? No. No, I don't. I just, I'm not pressuring him to do so. I'm really not. I'm just saying I liked his work more when he seemed to be just balancing the gonzo with the money. And he was probably he probably had a physical therapist and somebody making him 3 of the best gourmet meals in the world every day. And, he probably had doctors blood doping him when he was drinking and stuff like that. And he had all the money in the world. He did Iron Man, he had all the money in the world. He basically was Iron Man, And so he had all that money, and he probably did use it like that to continue drinking, getting high, and all that stuff, right? But no, I don't want him to get drunk and high all of his life and act like a loser into his old age and ruin it. I don't. But boy, I did like his work a lot more when he was Rat Pack. I did think he was better a Rat Pack guy who maybe should have just stopped being a movie actor around 2008, as opposed to continuing on as Iron Man. And I'm sure he's very proud of Iron Man and all the people that he met on Iron Man, but I would have preferred had he retire right after Zodiac. Because we got 40 fucking years from 1983 to 2013 or something like that. What is that? That's 80s, 90s, aughts, and 13. It is. It was 40 years of really good stuff. I didn't need him to do Iron Man, and I didn't like Iron Man. And I did need him to get sober and fix his life. But I liked him as Rat Pack more because I'm aspiring Rat Pack. I'm sorry, but I am. I'm aspiring Rat Pack. One day I hope to do lines with Lana Del Rey or something. I don't care. No, I don't want her to relapse, I don't care. Someone young. I want to do lines with Jairus Johnson, I want to do lines with Jairus Johnson. I don't care. Not lines, though. I don't like lines. I want to smoke some bowls of speed with Jairus Johnson. I don't care. I'm really more of a before rehab friend.
Because I feel like we all just get buffeted by feelings and ego or fears or little, chips of resentments or intuitions that are tied to something maybe higher but you think is out of your reach or whatever. So I need to be kept right-sized because I can easily fall into self-seeking and depression and self-pity and judgment and all that stuff. It's kind of it's a bit of a default, but I spend enough energy and I've had enough help.
Martyrdom is my default because it's my mother's mental.
That's just
idiosyncrasy.
Awful, she's
always been a martyr.
Entertaining in your head,
And so now I have martyr issues.
Anything now,
I hate
it's
it.
that we need to shift and we need new challenges. And just like society and politics, things are moving and morphing, and the information age is making things so. Everything's learning and growing from everything so quickly and improving or disproving. But for me, it's just incredible. Our culture never encourages taking a break, never encourages saying, don't chase that thing because you've got it in your hands.
I will not stand there and tell him not to chase it. I will not do that. I don't think that's him being his best. I want him to push his limits and win like Hunter. I want him to prove that we can be Gonzo and still balance it somehow. I have great faith in him in doing so, and I believe the same with Charlie Sheen and all the other men who pounded 7-gram rocks all their life like me, And and I have faith in them doing it. I do. I have faith in them doing it. I have a belief that they can somehow balance the Gonzo with the madness if they have money. And I believe more in their Rat Pack tendencies than I do their sobriety tendencies and the work that they do when they're sober. It's kind of weird, I'll speak plainly. I'm one of those people that would actively say, no, don't get sober. We need you. We need the Rat Pack. We need cocaine, roaring, alcohol deaths in Hollywood. We need that. There's 8 billion people on this planet. I don't give a shit if you drink yourself to death in Hollywood like leaving Las Vegas. I really don't. I don't think that's a sin. I don't care. I know that's pushing a really depressed, fucked up thing about wallowing in sickness or whatever, but I really believed in his Rat Pack work a lot more than I did his sober work. I'll just fucking say it. I'm sorry. Motherfucking, I'm gonna watch tonight. I'm gonna go watch, oh god, I lost the movie. What is it? It's, Less Than Zero or something like that. Less Than Zero? Was it Less Than Zero? Yeah, Less Than Zero was so fucking good. Yeah, it was so fucking good. I gotta stick this aside. I'm getting that film. I forgot about this film. I've seen it like 6 or 7 times. It's so fucking good. It's like the perfect example of the 80s. They all tried to say that it was Lost Boys, but I think the actual quintessential 80s movie is Less Than Zero. What is the quintessential 80s movie? Is it Less Than Zero, right? I want to ask Google and see what other people think about this, right? What is the quintessential 80s movie? I think Less Than Zero is what it is for me. I think for other people, it's sometimes Jumping Jack Flash or Lost Boys. It is the quintessential 80s movie. It was, because it had all the cocaine, all the mindless self-indulgence drags, and all the depression from it, and all the fall from grace stuff. And it was like, and it had all that really good synthesizer music and all that. And it is like essential viewing for 80s drama and stuff. The film is a drama about a college freshman who returns home to Los Angeles and all that. But yeah, what is the quintessential 80s movie, right? I'm usually torn between Terminator is a good one. Back to the Future is another good one. Less Than Zero. Uncle Buck. 16 Candles. Terminator. Lost Boys. Fast Times. Breakfast Club. Bill and Ted. Ferris Bueller. But I still think Less Than Zero is the quintessential. Goonies. Goonies is definitely. RoboCop. Amadeus. Princess Bride. Princess Bride might be the quintessential 80s movie, actually, in my opinion. I think the Princess Bride is the best one that was the most 80s. It's either Princess Bride or Neverending Story or Less Than Zero. And I would say it's actually more Princess Bride because all ages could watch Princess Bride. Not all ages could watch Neverending Story and definitely not all ages could watch Less Than Zero. At all. So I think it's Princess Bride is the quintessential 80s movie, then Less Than Zero, then Lost Boys. Oh, where am I? Am I in the desert base? Wow, I got back here this fast? Oh, wow. Did I lose the set? Did I take too long? No, I didn't. Yay. Okay, loot all. Okay, I'm sorry guys, I have to pee, but we'll go back to the Robert Downey Jr. rock bottom thing, which I've been meaning to look at. I never heard this quote, and I am enjoying it, but I have to go pee before I can finish it, so I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Thank you, Motivation Mentors, for the for the excellent content for my stream. I have liked and subbed to your channel. I see that you have 300,000 subs, and you are genuinely acknowledged as a expert.
There's been times when I felt I'm in possession
My
of it.
God.
And then you want to
Those women he was with were hot. Jesus Christ, supermodels.
Don't chase that thing because you've got it in your hands. So confidence, you know, there's been times when
Oh my God, they're like the 2 hottest women on the planet, maybe.
I felt
Look at all those women with him. Why does he have 5 women with him?
I'm in possession of it. And then you want to let go a little bit because it's only ever the moment and life guiding you. The wind is so at your back that you're like, wow, are you just, you know, jumping over the waves and all that by yourself? And you're like,
Yeah, you bet I am. Yep, I have no fear of failure. I do not, I don't care. I have no fear of failure. I do not. Nope. I think it's time to get off this game since the game is actually shutting down real quick, so I'll shut this place down. It's got 64 hours in it. I suppose I should burn the furnaces before I leave. Yeah, I'll burn the furnaces because I think I have wood, don't I? I think I do. Yeah. Okay. I'm not used to the key. It's so annoying. I could just hit both keys, actually. Why not? Both keys works. Yeah, pull that one. Okay. Oh, are you full? Yeah, you are. God damn it. I'm just gonna keep making it more. I don't care about this loot. I figured somebody would come and take it by now, honestly. So... Now, what was that? That was a horse? What the fuck was that? That was definitely someone outside right now. What the fuck was that? Who the fuck is out here with a horse right now? I better put a box down. I'm just gonna go see, because honestly, I don't mind the free ride if they kill me. Whatever. Yeah. So, yeah, all. I'll go out there. I'm not even gonna lose a kit to this person, whoever it is. I'm just gonna bring, like, an axe and a bow and just die. I'm already 38 health. I won't even live, probably. So. That's alright. Let's go see what made the noise. Oh, I have a horse outside. Did I ride a horse here? I must have. I'm tripping. Or somebody else did. I can't remember. I don't know. Did I ride a horse here? I think I did. I think I did ride a horse here. I did. Yeah. Retrograde amnesia. It's a fun thing. Why are you running at me? Why are you running? What the hell? Someone here?
Bet I am, but there's a physics to the moment, and the wind's at your back, and then the wind does what the fucking wind does, and it changes. And if you're left there thinking, what, you know, so I think it's great to be in full possession of what you would call supreme confidence, and then see what happens if you don't hold on to it so hard, because it's great, but it is a bit of an illusion, because like everything else, it's always changing. Always know what your action is, because then when you come in the morning confident, or when you come in the morning and you can't hit your ass with both hands, you know what to do. Just boil down what it is you're doing, whether there's a camera around or just what am I doing today. Today I'm showing up and I'm trying to be honest and also to listen and learn, but really my action today is I'm beginning a process of promotion.
You actually take comfort in the fact that your eyesight is starting to dwindle?
You want to chase it, but what I appreciate is you know where you're at, by what you're able to retain if you fight for it, and the things that are going no matter what you do. Sometimes it's about, I don't need to try to use something to hold on to everything. I want to pick the 5 or 7 things that I definitely want to hold on to, and I want to watch the rest of it go in and out with the tides.
Smile. Though your heart is aching. Smile. Even though it's breaking. When there are clouds in the sky, you'll get by.
Yep. You can't always get what you want, but if you try, sometimes you'll get what you need. I mean, I'm investing 1 and I could invest 2, but I mean, I don't really need to. I can't do 2, it's too expensive. I don't really need that either, that away. I need the meds, yeah, I need all those meds, like 10 meds or something. Yeah, a lot of meds. And, yeah, is the suppressor what's missing? Yep, suppressor is what's missing. I'm gonna take bullets and there we go, and yeah, I'm gonna need GP, but I don't know if I have any. Did I use it all? I guess I'm gonna have to process. That's alright, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna need. Yeah, I don't see what I need, so that's okay. We'll just process what I need right now. Okay. Okay, that was good. I liked it. It was very informative, but I thought he had a better story than that.
Social security number, not a problem. I can pass a background check. And my rental?
So are you going to get a job then? I mean, you're... Okay, good.
I'm looking at being Santa's helper at the mall.
Okay.
They said, "Are you good with customers? Are you good with crying kids?" And I said, 3 years ago, I worked at the fairground, Jurassic Quest, which is Jurassic World, Jurassic Park, the moving mechanical dinosaurs. And they said, "Are you good with kids, crying kids?" And I said, "Oh yeah." So. I mean, I was offered the job the next year, but unfortunately, COVID hit, so.
How do people feel that they're closing this down?
It's hard. It's very hard because a lot of people, their RVs are their homes. Okay. And unfortunately, the rats, they have some kind of rats out here that eat the wire.
So where is everyone gonna go?
They're trying to find places like tiny homes. They have a new program that just came out with Life. Well, Home First is one. Life Moves is another one. And I'm in Life. I was in Home First, but I'm in Life Moves now, which is rapid rehousing. So within a year, first 3 months they pay 100% of the rent. Next 3 months, you pay 25, they pay 75. So within that year,
they transition you over to taking it over. Is there enough housing for all these people out here?
No, not really. Life Moves program says they have more like RV parking and stuff in San Mateo County. So.
Now, Oakland's probably the worst place I've ever been for homelessness. It is everywhere. There was one particular camp on the edge of town that I went to. It's called the Wood Street Camp. And there were hundreds of people camped right at the edge of the freeway. And at the time, all the people were trying to acquire the land from the state so that they could build their own little permanent eco-village thing there. And they were pretty enthusiastic about it. So I sat down and talked to them. And then I learned 2 years after I went, state came in and said, you guys got to leave, and their little neighborhood permanent village thing never got built. But when I was there, I met some really interesting people.
I started this thing almost.
Can you stand like right here so I can see like the? All right, go ahead. Just talk to me. Ignore the.
Yeah. We started feeding people out of my house. And then me and my wife ended up separated, and I ended up in the streets. That was about 15 years ago. I ended up down here. I was the first one down here. The police ran me out of here.
You were the first one here?
First one here. There was no tents, no nothing. I had a black Dodge Dakota. I was sleeping in. I was scrapping metal at that time. And then I got sick.
Ooh, a Pookie Bear. Laser. I want the flashlight for now, but it's good. It's got a good attachment. Ooh, armored door. That's really good. Oops. Leaving the dock now. So that's the only crate that was here. No, there's probably another one here, but yeah. Ooh, it's a python. Nice. That's actually huge. Awesome. Oh, that's awesome. I'm so glad I found a python. Awesome. I should technically leave. I have so much good goddamn loot, but I want another gun, frankly. I haven't seen it since they changed it, I don't think. Or, yeah, I saw it the other day, but I had to leave because I didn't have laptops, and I think I'm actually timer on, I'm ready to timer that other crate now. I better go back down. Took me a while to fucking stealth that guy. Where was this crate? It was like a little bit lower down, wasn't it? Yeah, it was like... Is it in here? I can't remember now. Shit, where was this? I really don't. I don't know. I'll find it. So what's going on? Like, we're going like, yeah, this will take a while, right? Yeah. I think I got them all. I don't hear any footsteps anymore. Oh, nope. I love pythons. They do so much damage. Come on, man. Oh. Where was the other crate? I've got to find it now. Time is of the essence. I better heal. There, that's good. Good. This will be easier to find. That's cool. You have like good vision now with a good cover and stuff with the windows. I actually like that. You can actually see what's going on out there. Oh, that's it, huh? Yeah. That's okay. Nice, that's helpful. Oh no, that's, yeah, the laser would be better, yeah. Oh yeah, I gotta turn the laser on. There we go. Oh, I had hit him before. Oh, got a lot of stuff here. We're gonna put this and that in there. I brought no fuel. Maybe the rib will have 50 in it or something. Maybe there's fuel on the boat somewhere. I might need the ladder later on, I don't know. For something. Wait, what's that? Oh, it's a scientist's body from when I originally killed somebody. Where are we now? Okay. Doing good. I think the basement might be getting towards locking or unlocking now. I don't know. Oh. Ooh. That's a good find. And, ooh, yeah, metal, cool, yeah. All of that stuff was actually really good, but I don't need that one. I don't think I'm not going to mess with any gardening or anything, but man, this was good loot if I pull it off. Oh no, restarting in 5 minutes. Son of a bitch. That's a bad thing for me. I'm not gonna get these. It's so annoying. I'm not gonna get these. I need to leave now. I need to leave now. I came too late. It's so sad, Panda. I wasted 2 laptops for no reason. No. And by then, like, it'll just... If I'm on this ship, it'll just drop me into the water and I'll probably drown or something. I don't know. So... I guess I better get out of here before my fate is sealed. Damn it, I'm not going to get any of the rest of the loot and I wasted 2 laptops. God damn it. I mean, I don't know, 4 minutes left before server restart. No, I don't have any time. I got to get the fuck out of here. I got a gun. I'm happy. It's all right. See, there's always something. There's always something that just totally blocks me. It doesn't matter what it is. There's always something or something that takes my loot away or fucks me or something. It's so stupid. Can't you just give me the loot? Alright. When the server starts back up again, the cargo will either be right here and then just move forward, or it'll be long gone. Fuck. Three minutes. I want to go see how much time is left. No, I know I can't get that, I don't think. I'm fairly sure. I should, in the future, I'll just come directly to this and start that one right away. I don't know. I'm not versed with cargo. I haven't done it that much. Done like 50 times or something. But not only ever as support. That's it. Tay was always the one that opened all the boxes and did everything. Yep. Mount, go. Release, go. Yep. Oh good, there is enough fuel. How much fuel? 50. Nice. Well, let's try and get back. I don't know. I mean, yeah, the door and the fucking Python revolver and all that makes it worth it. It does. It's all good. It's a shame I couldn't get those 2 fucking crates, though. It's probably a SAR and an MP5. I really wanted them. But, you know, anything to fuck me, anything to stop me from what I need or what I want or what I came for. It doesn't matter. Whatever the situation is, there's always some fucking outside fucking factor that just ruins my fun and, you know, it's so annoying. This boat's gonna run out of fuel, huh? No, I'm doing okay still. Well, it was a fast ride back. I could take the rib. Well, I don't have any laptops. I lost all my laptops. Damn it. So annoying. Well, now I know. Don't do cargo right before fucking reset. Alright, I'm gonna go away from the shore. really far. Well, not really far, but out where they'll have to swim. 4, 3, 2, 1. Out. I should be okay, especially if I get back in right away. So there we go. So gotta remember, right now, EvE reset, and now it's 5 o'clock. Okay, let's open EvE, and I'll kill the music, and let us listen to unfiltered homeless talk.
Here, and all this stuff. See, these people get sick. You get sick from, not from the COVID, not from none of that, it's from the garbage that people come dump. These aren't the people that's dumping this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, look, like, yeah.
You can tell. These aren't the people that's dumping this stuff.
No.
Cars are coming in here, trucks are coming here, loads coming here, and dumping stuff here. And so the rat problem that we have are from people that are dumping. So I had a tent down here for a long time. And then just about a couple of months ago, they moved me into my apartment.
How long were you here?
I was here about 15 years.
15 years?
Yeah.
Living in a Dakota?
Yeah.
And you finally...
A tent and a Dakota.
And you finally got out of here after 15 years.
Yeah.
How did you get out of here?
Huh?
How did you get out of here?
Focus.
Yep.
Focus.
Focus.
I'm not a man. I could live on the street. I could survive on the street, but I don't belong on the street.
I don't belong there.
A lot of these people on the street are productive members of society. Doctors, lawyers,
Yep.
dentists, secretaries, construction workers, electricians.